Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. Little different tonight. It's a Friday night. Hey, what's up, Aphid? Merry Christmas, man. Merry Christmas to anyone else who happens to be watching. It'll be a miracle if I don't lose power tonight. We have a Bombo Genesis event going on here right now. The temperature this afternoon at around 3 o'clock was 56 degrees. And the temperature now is, come on, phone, 39. Okay, so we're down 17 degrees in about 4 hours. So we'll be jumping down about 42 degrees by 8 in the morning. We're going to be down to about 12. So, yeah, it's definitely crazy out here. The whole state is going through this nutso stuff. Yeah, wow, cool. -6. Yeah, you're more in the middle of this whole thing, like where the polar thingy is really coming down hard in the center of the 12. Yeah, see, I'm up north, both of you guys. It's crazy, isn't it? So, like, and I'm obviously quite a bit east of you, but the wind is ripping here because of the wicked change. Oh, they'll be pissing out back. Just piss in the right direction, my friend. The wicked unstableness aspect of the atmosphere, the rapid temperature drop is bringing on 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. About 18 minutes ago, we had like a 2-second power outage, which is usually followed by multiple hours without power. And I'm surprised we still have it. So bear with me. If I lose it, I will keep the stream going for as long as I can using my 4G on my phone as a hotspot, which really won't be too bad. But yeah, let me know how the connectivity and sound might be. And it's probably good. Wondering what you guys have planned for the holidays. Anything interesting? Probably some family stuff. Wicked smart. Not smart. Smart. I finally went through the Dunkin's gift cards I have acquired over the last year. I had like $80 in Dunkin's gift cards, so I started giving them out yesterday. And a Starbucks gift card. I just don't go to those places. Smokesteve does not wait in line for shitty coffee. I laugh at those idiots who fucking 20 cars deep to get a nice coffee. Give me a break. I mean, I understand if the place is empty and you want to pop in for a quick shot in the arm, but I'm not waiting. And gotta keep moving. You know what I'm saying? So it's not for me. Gonna have a couple of nice days this weekend with the fam. My dad's up from Florida. So it'll be fun hanging around with him. Have him over here tomorrow with my sister and her kids, and we'll all go over to my bro's place on Sunday and have another nice meal, and we'll do some fun Christmas games. Really fun Christmas game is you get yourself a couple of oven mitts, and you have one in each hand. You wrap some cash inside a small box, and then you wrap it inside multiple other boxes, like obviously growing like the Russian doll thing. And then you have some dice. First person rolls the dice, and they start. And the first person who gets doubles starts unwrapping. Then you keep rolling the dice. You pass the oven mitts around the table as the hey, what's up, Welshman? And as it progressively gets unwrapped, you people go crazy. It's hectic. People are going nuts to unwrap this thing with oven mitts on, and it's not easy. Smoke Wife does the wrapping job. She's pretty good at it. That's good. Banksy Style Live. What's up? How you doing? World famous artist Banksy has decided to join us. What's going on? Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. I imagine not a lot of people are going to be doing a live streams tomorrow. Hey, Space Cadet Lottie. Welcome back. And hi, wife. How are you? Good to see you. I know. I didn't think so, buddy. But thank you for being here either way. And let me do this. Welcome to my lovely wife. Yes, sir. Last. What's up? Lottie, Banksy, right on. Everybody's here. I wonder if you guys are going to do your live thing tomorrow. I've come to learn there's quite a few pubs around on YouTube. I didn't realize it, but I'm not the only one. So, yeah, anytime, milady. All right, every time I shake the table, the fucking charger stops working. That's going to be annoying. Indeed, Merry Christmas and whatever happy day, whatever the hell you celebrate. Merry whatever. A fip did lip. Oh, shit. Yeah, I didn't do any clips. I started clipping about 5 minutes ago. I got one clip from 8 years ago. It's quite relevant. It is. It's terrible. But if anyone wants to DM me anything on Twitter that they think is clip worthy, just go ahead and do that. You guys all know me, including you, wife. Please, if you want. I don't know. Figure we can switch it off here. You know, we don't have to do clips every week. Hey, Jazzy Wazzy, what's going up? What's going on? And Reverend Simon, how are you, man? Welcome. Right on. Oh, I'm about to very quickly grab a couple of beers, so I will be back. But don't y'all worry, I'm still right here in the room with my headphones on for no reason. And yeah, the headphones can come off. Rum and cranberry, interesting. Is that you, Jazzy, in your avatar? Right on. Back chat, backdraft. What does that mean? I am got a nice bottle of Bacardi, 8-year. Nice color on that bad boy. Get rid of that. Yeah, that's nice. Gosh. First one's the worst one, baby. Although that's pretty damn smooth. Cider, lager, and stout. Very nice. Are we looking at Guinness as the stout? Right on, Jazzy. Yeah, cool. I love it. Thanks for being here. Cranberry and rum. What kind of rum? Curious. Like I said, I have the 8-year Bacardi. I'm going to take a little bit more off of that. Take a break for 2 minutes. We just shoot the shit around here, Jazzy. Just talk. People can go live. People can join in. Largo Bay Spiced. Interesting last dance. New purchase for the holiday. All right. Gonna change up the phone charging situation. I think that charger's done. Anyone getting anything good for Christmas? Or buying anything good for somebody else for Christmas? Because, oh, I hear you, Jazzy. Well, hopefully you're not down. But keep the banner up all night. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. There she is. Show. Wife. Looking a little flushed there. Gonna go ahead and smoke some cannabis, which is completely legal here. Oh, Jazzy, I'm sorry. That's terrible. Oh, my apologies. Yeah. I'm a fairly young, mid-40s guy. I lost my mom going on 29 years ago, so I know it's a tough thing. So I'm very sorry for you. Has anyone seen the news of the UK magistrate being removed after submitting a case to international court about our shitty government? I have not. Okay, no problem. Oh, you got it, Lottie. Leaving the headphone on the stairs. Just going right here, people. On the stairs. Ready to connect. Yeah, I keep the kids' headphones down here so she doesn't constantly be fucking with them. Like kids tend to do, Yeah, I'll take it for you. It is very hard. I'm very sorry for your loss. Yeah, I mean, I'm in Massachusetts, man. It's been legal here for 3 years. Well, if they're picking up, yeah, I know. I mean, there's a great show called The Dude Grows Show, and they got canceled from YouTube, man. It's not against terms and service, but what they'll end up doing is not circulating the video. They're not going to put it on everyone's feed like as if I was Dude Perfect or fucking Veritasium, which is a great channel, by the way. I highly recommend that as a follow. A lot of cool science there. And of course, Electro Boom, our buddy Medi S, another great channel. He still puts them out. Bath, okay. Never been over there. I hope to someday. If it works. Obviously, Last Dance has been there. Don't know anything about it. North, south, east, west, Bath. Let me know. Sounds like a cool place. All right, let's get some weed going here. Yeah, I don't know. Where is it, Last Dance? I am pretty clueless. Hey, how about that World Cup game, huh? Oof. That was awesome. What a game. I really didn't have a dog in the hunt, but thanks, dude. I really wanted Argentina to win, but in the end, the most thing that I wanted was a good football game. Sorry. Southwest corner. Okay, cool. And baby, that was some kind of a good fucking game, man. Just absolutely awesome. Heart attack level. Good stream tonight. It was good. It was good, Jazzy, right? That Mbappe, man, he made a run at it, dude. I thought he was a little sluggish at first, but man, he made a run. That was cool. But Messi played well amongst other Argentinians, and then it came down, of course, to the shootout at the end. Somewhat controversial. I know a lot of Americans. I don't know how the Brits and other international people feel about the shootout aspect of football at the end. Like, for example, hockey has shootouts on a tie, but they don't do shootouts in postseason play, or at least they don't in the Stanley Cup. You play till there's a winner, so it's decided on the field of play, not in a goofy fucking one-on-one shootout type of thing. I think it's a bit rushed. I think no problem, Random Goon. It's okay. Sleep well, brother. No problem at all, man. Don't feel bad. It's late for you. If you can't sleep, jump back in here. Jump on. In fact, if you want to go live right now, Grant, let's go. We'll go live if you want. All right. So why the hell did they have him in the World Cup? I don't get that. Yeah, that's what we have tonight, Lottie. High winds. That was probably my wife just said. So I'm probably going to lose power, and this thing's going to go to shit. I may not answer it. So that's fine. You may. Yeah, I understand that. I guess on a stage like that, the World Cup, I just don't like to see it end on a shootout. That's all. But I understand your side of it there, Random Goon. Right. I get you. Yeah, I know. No, she's upstairs. She just prefers not to join in on camera, Jazzy. But she's a mod, so you'll notice she has a blue wrench, I believe, beside her name when she comments. So no, she is about 30 feet away, so not far at all. She just doesn't want to be here sitting next to me on camera, that's all. I don't know. Should they do away with the offsides? Oh, yeah, we'll be together. And our lovely kid will be there, too. It's just the three of us. Christmas morning, something to look forward to. And in case you're wondering, I am getting one Christmas present this year for myself. A fishing reel. And that's it. And you'll see I have a bunch of fishing reels up yonder. Pew. And I need more. Yeah, keeping it real. I noticed on one of mine, it has all the metal has all these like minute cracks on it from hundreds of thousands of pounds of force that I exert upon these things every year, throwing out and retrieving lures and bait. So yeah, yeah, you're right. I don't, I'm happy with a guitar. Frankly, I like to play. So I've never been a big guitar collector, although I love nice guitars. I just don't collect them myself. Got a Strat and like 4 acoustics. So gets me where I need to be. I need to get my amp situation together. Mostly what we call striped bass. What kind? Random goon. Striped bass are similar to European white bass, which are saltwater fish as well, I believe. Coastal fish, inshore, you might say. Kind of migrate up and down the coast depending on the time of year. And occasionally bluefish, mackerel, flounder, though those are most, mackerel would be bait, and pogies are bait also. You got a Paul Reed Smith Custom 24. You didn't get it in pink, did you? Come on. The biggest one I caught was probably 40. Let's see, it would be about 14 times 3. So that would be 42 pounds, 3 stone, right? 3 stone. Wow. Bonnie Pink. I can't believe it. That's crazy. That's awesome, though. Congratulations. I'm going to do a quick lookup of that. PRS. Oh, my God. Nice. That looks killer, dude. You can see the flaming in the wood, which is cool. And I assume you got the double humbuckers, double single coil humbuckers, so there's 2 side by sides. Cool. Probably 5 a selector for 5 different tones. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I like it because it's almost like a pink stain. You can see through it and see the grain of the wood, the flaming of the wood, which is cool. It's not pink paint, which I don't think would work, but it is a pink wood stain, which is pretty awesome, dude. Right on. I wonder how the out of phase pickups sound split when you split the humbuckers. Those are usually sound pretty cool on because my Strat has double humbuckers as well. It's what you call the Big Apple Strat, and a 3 selector has a pop up. Okay, cool. So mine has 5. It's Big Apple Black Strat. Pretty good sound. I love the out of phase side of it. Kind of has that old Steely Dan sound. Reeling in the Years. If anyone knows that song, I'm sure you do. Last Dance. That's got out of phase Stratocaster sound written all over it, and it's in fact the opening lead guitar is which this obviously isn't. Great song. Yeah, it's a cool guitar. I think it's probably in the other room, but I don't have an amp set up right now. I don't even have one at the house. Hey, wait, did I miss it? Lee Howells. What is up, Lee? Lee. Yeah, Reeling in the Years is a good one. Oh, cool. Pics on Discord. Right on. Let's check it out. Try to do this quickly. Jimmy Page calls the guitar solo in Reeling in the Years the best guitar solo he has ever played. Heard. Sorry, I don't see it on here, buddy. Oh, it's on my channel. No, it's not. All right, no worries. I'll go back to it. Although that cute puppy meme is just adorable, Last Dance. when he's sitting in the bucket. Oh, look at that little guy. The kids wang I got a cool like monthly gift thing that's like engineering thing. You build these little things. Like she's kind of graduated from Legos, so like this will be the next level of building and using her hands, and she loves doing stuff like that, putting things together. That's going to be one thing. Tons of small stuff, clothes, that sort of thing. She's just happy to be getting stuff. She loves to be getting stuff, opening presents. She's just the best. Makes me wonder the point you made about cannabis in the UK. Okay. Topple's out. No problem, buddy. You too, man. He's probably doing his family thing, which is totally cool. Kind of figured we'd have a thin crowd here tonight. I hope you got something good for that one, Jazzy, because that is a nice gift. And lucky boyfriend yours, I'm sure. So, yeah, that's cool. Anyone else have any Christmas, big Christmas presents going out or coming in, or anything interesting? Go ahead and throw it in the chat. And, yeah, I mean, the link is in the description. If anyone wants to join in, you're more than welcome to click on that and join in and get a couple people on screen if you're interested. Hello. I don't know you, and you haven't really been in the chat, so probably not going to be letting you on there, bud. And you're not on camera, so I don't know what you might be up to there. No big deal, though. Join in on the chat if you want. Okay, no problem. It's fine. New camera and headphones. Oh, that's nice. Good for you. It is not Last Dance. It's somebody else, and they've said a few things in the private chat. Not really sure what to make of it. Exactly. Space Cadet Lottie. We may see things that we would all rather not. Hey, how are you?
Hey. All right. How you doing, Smokesteve?
Pretty good.
Happy
That's
Christmas
some kind of sweater.
Yeah, it's I wear it basically once a year.
All right, cool. Christmas sweater.
Yep.
Is it all Christmas stuff, or is it a mixed faith sweater?
Well, I don't think there's any specific Christmas decor. I mean, I wear it. I didn't look for hidden messages in it, but I'm sure some people will say it's got 666 in it, and penises, and murders, and who knows.
No, Jazzy.
See any swastikas?
Sorry, Jazzy. There was someone trying to join in on camera who's not showing themselves. It's just like an avatar. So we tend to think that person could be up to no good. And the second I click on it, boom, there it is. And whoop, you don't want to see that. Whoop, there it ain't. What the hell is that? Largo Bay. Not bad.
I have a feeling it's cheap.
Is that on the discount rack near the front with the bright orange stickers?
Like I said, I didn't buy it. Someone
it's a
bought it
gift.
for me.
Oh, that's nice. We should not pass judgment. It's a gift, right?
Yeah.
And here we go.
Jonathan,
What's up? Wow. Boy, you
Hey.
grow a beard quickly, huh? Damn.
Yeah. Just headphone. Hang on.
No problem.
How you doing, Lee?
Good. Hang on.
That's all right. Sure, bud. It actually works fairly. They've it separates it well enough that you can join in without headphones, and it doesn't really echo.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Cup of Tea wants me to do
Oh, yeah.
a live leak special.
Hello.
Yes, loud and
Oh,
clear.
good. Oh, cool. Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
nice.
Just in answer to your question. Yeah. Just got a bit. Oh, I can't be bothered to have a shave for a few days. So it's just nice. It's just nice not to have to worry about it. So I'm on my holidays anyway. So yeah. So it will probably be coming off tomorrow though, ready for Christmas Day.
Thank you, Space Cadet Lottie.
You doing the whole family thing?
Yeah, well, I just got back about half an hour ago. We've been at a family event today. It kicked off
Wow.
at about 3 o'clock and
Yeah.
ended quite late. So I got back to join you guys. And then tomorrow we visit some friends in the morning. And then on Christmas Day, yeah, huge. All the family come together. Yeah, so
At your place or
at grandma's. So
grandma's?
she's got
Nice.
she's got the biggest house of us all, so she can house us all. So
Cool. Big
yeah.
old like type of British type house.
yeah, your typical stereotype kind of house. Yeah,
Cool, man.
Indeed. So
That's good. Well,
yeah, and
do
then
you
we're
say
out.
me-
We should be
Merry
out Boxing
Christmas?
Day because
What does that mean? Out.
out and about, as in. I'm not sure if they're open, but we got some good news this week. My daughter passed her driving test, so
Good news for her.
You can imagine what she wants for Christmas. So, but she's only just like a few days back. So I said you're gonna have to wait to Boxing Day, and then we'll go out car hunting. So
Oh, cool.
yeah.
If
they're
they're like
open.
a second hand, like you can still look. You can walk the lots.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, true. Yeah,
Tell her to use the notes on her phone or bring a notebook and write everything down. And then if you have a little time, you go home, you compare prices. You can do there's websites where they'll tell you the real value of cars. Make sure you're not getting ripped off. You can do a lot of research, man. So
yeah,
that's awesome. Congratulations. He's
yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to it because rather than me being the taxi driver, they're always excited when they first pass. They want to drive everywhere. So I should be able to get some lifts here and there, hopefully.
right now.
Yeah.
What are the rules like with her being that she's young, a teen?
Yeah, then you can help with your insurance, I believe, if you put a green. I think it's a letter P. I might be wrong. Some people might correct me. Or is it a letter which says you're passed, but it tells every other driver you've only just passed. And I think you keep that in the car for a year. That helps lower your insurance cost. And then
What about driving after dark? Is that illegal for her?
Yeah, no, it's fine. Absolutely fine. Yeah.
No curfew at all.
No curfew whatsoever. No. So
did she have a learner's permit?
So
where
yes,
there's a time where you have to be in the car with her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool.
And then they go for a theory test, which they've got to pass, and then they usually follow that up then with the actual driving test. So
yeah. Cool.
So it's all good. Yeah.
Good, man. Congrats. That's awesome.
Yeah. Too right.
Good call on the Argentina there.
Yes. Yeah. I'm so annoyed with myself though, because back when it was, I think I'm saying it right, it was the Copa de America, and they'd been in the final 3 times and lost, and then they finally won it. I think was it early this year? Was it around about February or whatever? I don't know. And I was watching them play Brazil. They only won 1-0, and I thought, oh, do you know what? I've got a funny feeling this team could do it. Maybe it's fate as well with the footballing gods with Messi. And if only I had the balls to go and put some money on it way back then. Jeez, I never do that. And there's so many times where I look at a situation and think, you know what? And it comes true, and I just never had the confidence to go into a betting shop and say, put a couple of £100 on that and wait a few months to see what happens.
Right.
So,
That would be
so
like
annoying.
picking. That'd be like at the beginning of a baseball season, picking maybe one of the top 4 or 5 teams because you knew they were going to be good, but you don't know how good
Exactly
to win it all. So yeah, those bets tend to pay off huge.
Yeah, big
Now
time.
is sports gambling legal in the UK?
Yeah, and it's massive.
No kidding.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it legal where you are, Last Chance?
They just started it just recently. They did casino gambling maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and now they just legalized sports betting here.
Mm-hmm. Hey, let me ask you a question. Is that you who's trying to join in, Jazzy Wazzy, or somebody else who's using your name? Just let me know that in the chat, in the regular chat. Okay, yeah, not you. It's not. Yeah, somebody totally just jacked her little picture and made an avatar out of it. These guys work quick, man.
Pastor Frank.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, somebody had your name and avatar and was trying to join in. There's a little like sub panel underneath these guys that has like a waiting section like for the queue, so I can see who's waiting to join in before I click on them. And if it's somebody who's just an avatar, I always like to see them on camera, and then obviously they just were bullshitting. So yeah,
I don't think Jazzy Wazzy understands why it's an issue.
It's an issue because then they hit me with porn. Like,
right.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're not trying to creep on you. Don't worry about that. They're trying to creep on me. Like I'm the one they care about fucking with. So
yeah.
It's not you, it's me, as Costanza famously said.
I don't really. I've watched a handful, maybe 10, 11 soccer matches in my day. Never really thought they were that much fun, but I watched this one, and it was just tense and exciting. Every moment was
it was a great time,
full of tension, and it was really a great.
Mm-hmm.
And I was rooting for Argentina. I found myself really rooting for Argentina, and when France kind of scored those 2 quick goals, I was like, ah!
I was, but then France was playing so ballsy on their shit. Once they scored, their adrenaline went up, their confidence went up. I was like, well, shit, if these guys are going to take it over and pull some miracle here after everyone had already written it off as a win for Argentina, I was like, fuck it, go for it, France, because they were rolling. But then Argentina woke back up again. Like they had a fire lit under them. It was just, and then they came back and just started kicking ass. And it was,
and they were still kicking ass when time ended.
Right. Yeah, there were that one goal that went like clearly into the net, and I think the defenseman went in and like kicked it out. Like,
yep,
that was so obviously a goal.
Yeah, that was obviously a goal, but that was beautiful. That was just great, perfectly timed passing and onside, and just it was a great show.
Do you think they should modify the onside, offside thing, Lee, to make it there a little more action?
Oh no, there's no way you could do that, because thinking about if you took the offside rule away, it would mean that you could put 1 or 2 players right on the goal line of the opposing team, so they could. It's what would be known as goal, what we call goal hanging, because so you can put one of your Does that make sense? You take one of your team members, and put them right in front of the goalkeeper at the other end. So you just one long ball if everybody's attacking. So
essentially, I'm thinking you have a rule like basketball or something, but in basketball there's no offsides. You can just have people planted at either end, so there's an advantage and a disadvantage. But when I say it, I want it like modified in such a way that there could be more action, but I don't want it to be a total free for all. Does offsides happens only on the front line in front of the goalie area,
Yeah.
right? That's where it happens.
Well,
does it happen at midfield as well?
Yeah, it can do, because if everybody's pushed up and then an opposing player wanders beyond that line and it gets kicked to him, then he's offside.
So maybe do away with the one at midfield, but keep the one close to the goalie, something like that. Open the field up a little.
Yeah, my theory is when you're watching the football, you've seen the VR decisions. So they put a line across the pitch and they would show you somebody's offside. And that could be by a foot or a hand. The way I see it, both players are physically still kind of in touch with each other. I just think if it has to be I think they should change the rule to a clear offside, that player is definitely in front, not just a hand offside, or it just ruins the game. I mean, it's literally, I was watching a Premiership game a couple of years ago, and it literally was just some fingers on a hand that were in front of the other player, and it was ruled offside. And it was devastating for the team that had scored, because they needed the points. And you just think that's just going too far. I think you should be clearly offside, and then a lot of those decisions that have been stopped the game would carry on. So, but I'm not FIFA.
No, I hear you. It's almost like they would need to be a good step ahead of the guys, so it's a real advantage. But if they're battling for the ball, and it's like, why stop the action? Let it roll, Yeah, that's a good point. I like it. English bottle cap in the house. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you. And interesting. Yeah, these guys are tripping out on the troll. It is what it is. It's fine. So, what did you guys think about Zelensky? Did you hear his address?
I didn't hear his address. It couldn't possibly interest me.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some people thought it was very important.
I saw snippets of it, not the whole thing, but certainly snippets. The news wanted to cut down and show, the main points. But what have you given now? Is it another 1.2 billion pounds?
I don't know. That's Biden. Biden's like,
it's basically never ending. So it doesn't. Whatever we give now, we're going to give more.
Yeah, it sucks because basically they agreed that this can't end in basically they can't end in a negotiation. They're only going to accept a victory.
Can't end in a tie, or they have a shootout.
Yeah. I just want it to be over, man. Those people are just getting massacred, it seems like, But
yeah, it needs to end. It really does.
Seriously.
Jazzy Wazzy, I was born in Chicago, Illinois. And I live now in Maryland. It's a state in the U.S. Lived there for about 40 years now, a little longer than that.
So, are you the first state above the Mason-Dixon line, or the?
We are the first state below the Mason-Dixon line.
Okay, so you're a redneck.
Yeah, I'm a redneck.
General Lee, your favorite car?
Well, don't forget, Maryland was the free state because we voted to stay in the Union.
Okay.
Although the truth of the matter is that the president at the time, Abraham Lincoln, could see that the numbers were against him. So he just figured out who was, going to vote against him, and he had them arrested without charge, without cause, and without, in violation of the Constitution. He just threw them in jail.
Did you say Lincoln?
Lincoln, yes.
Jesus.
Lincoln was somewhat of a tyrant.
You know who was better than Lincoln? Trump, according to Trump at least. Better than Lincoln. Oh, God. I know. But I'm surprised that Lincoln did that. Huh.
Yeah. So
Um, this sounds legit, right? This person.
yeah,
Give
they
it a.
based I think knows him.
Okay, yeah. Then you're welcome to join on in Banksy style live. Base knows him. Base, you can jump on too. Now, Lee, I heard a bit of a not a maybe a snicker when I mentioned the Ukraine. Are you? What was that? Are you fed up with it?
Yeah, absolutely. I've said for weeks it could be solved and sorted quite quickly. But,
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good
Hi,
evening.
Banks.
Good evening.
But I don't understand why they just want to keep perpetuating the situation. Well, they've got their reasons, obviously. So, and it will all come back down to money, no doubt. But yeah. Meanwhile, innocent people are dying. So.
At this point, we're apparently we're going to send, or there's a rumor that we're going to send Patriot missile batteries to the Ukraine.
Well, that was confirmed on our news tonight. That was the case. Yeah.
That is normally that has to be manned by U.S. soldiers because the equipment is very sensitive.
Those are the low-level cruise missiles, right?
No, those are anti-aircraft
Scout Busters.
Yeah, Scud Busters. But they've been improved now for 20 years since that war or more. And so they're very, they have like an anti-ballistic missile mode, and they have all kinds of.
The funny thing is, though, that they're laying these like £2 million bombs down, and £30,000 Lancet Iranian drones are fucking taking out these £2 million bloody bombs a system. It's crazy.
What's the $2 million system?
Yeah,
that artillery system.
Yeah, I was reading. I'm trying to remember what it was now. Basically, the Americans are firing over a missile that's like £2 million a pop, and the Russians using a £30,000 drone from the Iranians to counter it.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
I wouldn't put it past them. It's war.
Well,
I just was reading about a weapon. A guy was trying to develop where they were going to have like I think it was tungsten rods that they were going to drop from like outer space on.
I vaguely remember that.
And the fucking thing landed with so much force. It had the same amount of explosive as the Moab, mother of all bombs, or massive ordnance air blast. So this was just a tripped out idea a guy had in the 50s to bring a tube with these like tungsten, like 75-foot tungsten rods that.
Right.
What is it? The energy that they would release.
The kinetic energy.
Kinetic energy. Yeah. Just wild. I mean, it doesn't take much. If you have, it was a ballistic weapon, though. It was.
Yeah.
And it wasn't illegal. So it was the only illegal ballistic would be nuclear, I believe. Right. So yeah. Pretty funny stuff.
You know what though? It's funny, like Steve. It's funny talking about like missiles and stuff because I was watching some old footage where Russia, when they were in Afghanistan, God knows how many years ago that was now, and it was like, and it was like the equivalent of say like your B-52 bomber. I don't know how many of them. There's quite a few of them flying over Afghanistan, high altitude, and then dropping bombs. And like once they landed, the whole horizon was just ablaze. It was like hundreds and hundreds of bombs going off at the same time. Like blitz bombing, yeah. And yet I haven't seen any of that from Russia at the moment. Where if they're losing and being pushed back, you're thinking, why aren't they? If they were doing it in Afghanistan, why can't they do it? Do you know what I mean? Not that I want them to, but it's just strange.
Lee, one of my points has been since February the 26th is that they haven't gone for the infrastructure, and lucky for the Ukrainians that they haven't. I don't believe the Russians want to take the infrastructure out. Personally, I don't think they wanted to because they didn't up until like a month ago, and they've smashed it now. But I mean, that's what normally happens with the Allies. You know, they go involved in any war. The first thing they take out is the electric and all the communications. That's the first things they go for. And the Russians could have done exactly the same thing, but they chose not to up until maybe 6 weeks ago, and they've smashed the place up now. And
Yeah, they're weaponizing the winter now.
yeah, but they could have done it in February, like the first week, like the Allies would have done it in Iraq, but they chose not to. You know, I don't think.
Yeah, but my point was more not so much not doing that to a city or anything like that. In a battlefield operation where they've been pushed back a good few miles, they could get out of the area and absolutely blitz it. From what I've seen, they used to do in Afghanistan. And then anybody that's in that battlefield, I mean, you just wouldn't survive that amount of bombing. But you just don't see them doing it in this war. It's really odd. So
either they don't have it, or their own troops are too. You know, their lines are not sharp, and they don't want to bomb them.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Well, could it be the political landscape that they fear a harsher retaliation from the wider world, whilst they didn't really fear that
good
from
point.
Afghanistan?
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
Possibly, although I can't imagine.
I mean, you would have thought they would have gone shock and awe if they really wanted to. The Americans went into Iraq shock and awe. Nobody seemed to complain.
Yeah, exactly. It's my point. They could have done that from day one, literally from the end of February, but they chose to hold back. Like Lee's saying, taking the place out completely. They could have just done, right, okay, this area here, we're just going to blow the fucking place up, because they've got the ability to do that.
But again,
and like you said, infrastructure like myself.
It's potentially the political landscape in Ukraine versus Afghanistan.
I've heard that early on in this thing, they sent like a bunch of fucking like riot police, like the Russians sent over, thinking they were going to be like controlling the population and shit, and these guys just got massacred because I think they had completely misread what was the response of the Ukrainians was going to be from the get-go.
Mm.
The thing is that there is still parts of Ukraine that are highly Russian in ancestry, and they do want the Russians. It's just obviously we only see the one side of that, but I do see it the other way. I'm not saying either way is right or wrong, or holds the majority, but it's definitely both ways when you go into those areas. If you look at there's a few YouTube channels that actually show it. They're like English speaking Russian reporters, if you know what I mean. It's all propaganda, mind you.
Perhaps they misjudged the Russian areas that they thought would probably welcome them with open arms as hailing, sort of what do you call them, aviators. They didn't respond in that way. These guys.
I just don't. Something a lot of people don't know, but you can Google it and find out. If you put down Boris Johnson, Ukraine, stopping peace talks, when Boris went over on end of March, April, we were told we were getting messages that Zelensky was in deep talks with Putin, and they were going to do a ceasefire. And Boris came in and said, no fucking ceasefire.
Do you think that? I mean, okay, I'm going to maybe venture into some conspiracy sort of realms here, but how much do you think the World Economic Forum is playing a hand in this situation and their potential aims and goals for the globe? I mean, could that be a possibility that this was started because they aim to cause all the fuel hikes, all the other things were?
Of course, everyone's in the world. All the big leaders in the world are in the World Economic Forum. All of them.
All right, that's a hard yes from Based Welshman. Last dance.
I seriously doubt it.
Doubt it. Okay.
Well, put Zelensky and World Economic Forum come up and put images. You see his image.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Really I mean, Zelensky, but I'm pretty sure Putin has probably attended some of their meetings as well. But the reason I'm saying that is it might tie into the Russians' lack of, shock and awe, lack of just all out carpet bombing, because this isn't.
Okay, Banksy,
What
I'll
they
ask you a
aimed.
question. Who bombed the pipeline, Nord Stream pipeline?
Well, I mean, from what we understand,
What
at
do
least
you
from the
think?
information that I've had, is actually the British government.
Yeah, with the green light from the Americans.
Someone from the British government actually sent a text message saying "job done."
Well, no, it wasn't someone. It wasn't someone. This is a conspiracy
Yeah, it
theory.
was the Prime Minister.
It was the Prime Minister. Now, I said this to this panel a while ago, and they all scoffed at it. But yeah, of all accounts, she sent a message to General Blinken, is it, in America?
Blinken
General,
is the Secretary of State.
right, yeah, General Blinken.
He's not a general.
No, he's
Okay,
Secretary of State. He's a politician.
1 minute after the earthquake that happened in the North Sea or somewhere, off the North Sea, because it was 1 minute after, it was a report of job done.
Interesting.
And she was kicked out of office within the next week. It's funny, that, isn't it?
Well,
I mean, that's not definitive evidence, but it's interesting nonetheless.
Well,
this is what I
Kim.com
mean. These,
Kim.com was the first person to bring it up. But it's interesting. I mean, it wasn't the Russians. I mean, we can agree it wasn't the Russians. Surely we can go that far. It cost them like.
I don't know. I don't know who did it. I'm not going to say it's not the Russians.
Well, if something costs you $5 billion to build, and then you can say, okay, I'll switch it off as and when we want to suit our narrative, to suit our position, and then all of a sudden, the day it's going to go live, it blows up, and then the rest of the world media say it was you. You blew up your own pipeline, destroy your own control. Doesn't really sit. It doesn't really sit.
Well, I mean,
it's like building the Euro tunnel and then blowing it up, and then blowing it up properly in the middle, just for the lols.
That's a good point. It doesn't seem very likely.
Is that you, Jazzy? Because I see a person there.
That's not going to be Jazzy.
Can you give me a thumbs up and a peace sign? And a peace sign? Oh, it is Jazzy. Right on.
Hey.
Hello, Jazzy.
It's the real me.
Welcome to the
cheers. Right on. Welcome.
Hi. I guess I have a twin since they tried to join in also.
Yeah, just had your avatar, the picture that you had next to your name. They copied that and put it as their own, and then.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, I was like, what?
Yeah, I hear you. And there's Mr. Vapes.
Hey, Biscuit, how you doing?
How's it going?
Good, man.
Vapes.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting subject. I'm honestly going to say I don't know enough about it to be able to comment.
Yeah, but if you look at the history of leading up to,
I'll tell you my theory.
This whole situation, you've got Putin pre-warning the whole of the US and NATO that you're not putting bases, they're not joining NATO. They're trying to apply for the EU, and then let's not forget he takes Crimea, and then NATO gets blasted because nobody does anything. You've got all those southern counties, if you like Welshman was saying, down that the population is more Russian than it is Ukraine. And so now Ukraine are at war with Russia over Crimea. Those places got decimated by the Ukrainians, killing Russian people that lived in Ukraine peacefully.
I'm sorry, Lee. Your commentary is being outdone by a very cute dog.
Very cute. Yeah.
It is true.
He's my baby. His name's Miko.
Miko.
Yeah, Miko. He's real sweet. Baby mama.
It is true that there was like 15,000 deaths between 2014 and 2018.
Welshman. It was genocide. But they don't want to report it in the West once this war.
Didn't they stop the water? Didn't they stop the water and the electricity in certain?
Yeah, they were doing everything that the Russians are now doing to the Ukrainians, to a population that was mostly Russian, living in peace in the Ukraine. Because but when the war breaks out, they want to go back to the motherland. And as for any conspiracy, I just think once that then kicked off in terms of what's happened when the war started, I think it was more opportunist. I think Americans thought, oh, hang on, this could be quite good for us.
Have you seen how much Ukraine is pushing back Russia, though? Like,
Well,
Russia
yeah.
in general is struggling
Well,
quite a bit, and everyone else thought that
That's
Russia
what-
was
that's
like
what
the
the
strong country.
The thing is, Jazzy, is that that's what we get told, isn't it? I've been being told for about 6 months that Putin's dying of cancer, and it's like, and he's still alive.
I never believe those stories.
And he's got diabetes.
Yeah.
Real quick, I just want to get your opinion, Last Dance, on what is on this pipeline explosion, your theory, and then we can move on.
I don't have any evidence for this, but I do know that it's a bad idea for the U.S. or the British to have a hands-on sabotage. So I suspect that they trained a Ukrainian special forces soldier or soldiers to do this, underwater demolition.
Right.
They gave them all the weaponry, told them what to do, trained them, and then they just did it.
Yeah.
Probably directed them. So
is your position changed over the time? And would you say you'd be very surprised if you found out the Russians done it to their own stuff, their own pipeline?
yes, I would be.
Yeah.
But my position changed only in that I got to hear more about more details about what happened, where it happened, when it happened.
Yeah. It just doesn't add up, really, does it? That's the funny thing, when you break it down.
It doesn't add up, but someday we'll find out.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah,
we're still waiting to find out who killed JFK. So
and they pulled all the papers. They pulled all the. I know they released 13,000, but they pulled the important bits again.
Yeah, Joe Rogan said. So they released 95% of it. That means 5%, i.e., thousands of documents.
Yes.
Are withheld. I mean, kind of sucks.
Those are probably classified. They may contain very sensitive information. So
that happened 62, was it? So
63.
63. So 73, 83, 93. It's like 60 odd years.
Yeah.
That one of the things they focused a bit on was Oswald's wife being Russian, that she might have had stronger ties than anyone had led on to believe with the Russian government. Being his wife, you could be looking at more of a government connection to the assassination. Which
here's what I believe. I believe that the original Warren Commission report is dead on, and it's exactly as it was reported. That Oswald acted alone and was the lone shooter, and he was angry because of all the CIA attacks that Kennedy launched against Castro.
Fair play for Cuba.
Fair play for Cuba. He was, So he was.
It's a good shot, wasn't he?
It was a good shot.
Not the hardest shot, but
he didn't hit all. He didn't hit he missed on one shot.
Fast as well.
And hit him with two others.
Yeah, with a very, very poor Italian rifle, the Mannlicher Carcano.
Okay, back.
Sorry.
What were you saying? Something about people, like they could be lying to us or something? Like the media lying about that Ukraine might not actually push in Russia. I know.
Yeah, what were you saying, Lee?
What were you saying? Go back to it.
If the media are talking, they're lying.
It could be that it's that we only get told what they want
like
us to hear.
propaganda.
Yeah, because for example, I was saying, and Welsh Runner was saying as well, it's been reported in the early part of the war that Putin got cancer, he's dying, he could do anything, and he seems in quite good health. So you get to hear a lot of stuff, and there is a lot of propaganda.
Are vastly different in that there are international reporters in the Ukraine reporting some of the stuff Jazzy was talking about. And the other thing regarding Putin, to me, always seemed like just hearsay, rumors, bullshit. His face looked puffy, but hey, maybe he had a bunch of vodkas the day before. Like, seriously, who knows? It's salt in the low water,
Maybe They had a ton of pasta or
Right.
chilies
Yeah.
or something.
I mean, he went to Belarus the other day, and he was hopping off the plane looking rather fucking perky and jolly. And the funny thing is, like Lee said, don't get me wrong. The Russian propaganda, there's Ukrainian propaganda, and there's the West propaganda. But the reality is, you've got to question everything you get from the news, because I'm afraid that's just the world we're in.
Yeah. Questioning is good, man. Hey, McGrandy, good to see you.
I think McGrandy's calling me a simpleton.
You know,
That's okay.
takes one to know one. Sorry. JK McGrandy, he's a smart guy.
How's things with you, Biscuit? How's
Everything's doing good.
Good.
I had my flu jab and my B12 injection today and my asthma review.
Well, I agree. I
Everything's
agree
all
on the B12.
Yeah.
No, and are you boost? No, we don't want to go.
I've only had the first two. I've not had any more.
I know. We've gone over that a lot.
Doppel, Merry Christmas to you.
Hey,
I have my flu jab every year.
But while we mentioned B12, I would highly recommend people take vitamin D at decent levels for especially in Britain this time of the year, for at least 6 months.
I
mean, I take 4,000, 2,000 in the summer, but I'd take up to 8,000 in the winter.
I have to have an injection every 3 months since I had the surgery.
Okay, good.
Hey, Welshman, did you and Biscuit, did you see, because you guys might not have seen it, did you see the meeting in Parliament for injuries and side effects to COVID?
No.
And how many MPs turned up? Have you not seen
About
that yet?
About five, actually.
Yeah, about four. Yeah. And even the leader of the House was having a private conversation with somebody in the background, not paying any attention whatsoever.
It's disgusting, because there was a meme going around showing Parliament when they were talking about wage increases to MPs, and then there was like a split screen between them and they were in the aisles. They were in the aisles, standing around and everywhere. And now when we're talking about vaccine injury issues, and the people, because they're not, it was talking about the injured, wasn't it? And,
it's disgusting. It's absolutely. I mean, I watched
and
saw it and just
walked out.
Fuck me! How can you do that? This is about the good of the population, and for those that have suffered, and you all walk out like you're not interested. It's just how can you do that? Every single one of those MPs should be fucking fired.
I'll tell you exactly what they were thinking. It doesn't financially affect me, so I'm not bothered.
Well, yeah, because you're right there. I mean, of course, they've got a bigger narrative to hold as well. I mean, it's as far as I'm concerned, it's the biggest psyop in modern history.
I think it's worse than that. I also think it's to do with the fact that if they are seen to be interested in something like this, it's going to scar their career. So because they're going to be like, "Oh, are you a conspiracy theorist then?" And it's like, do you know what I mean?
The MP who brought it up, was it Ian Bridgen? He got suspended from the Commons for five days a week later, didn't he? Funny
there's a surprise. Jeez, that's what the Parliament's for, is to debate. Do you know what I mean? So, and if you're that confident that his report is rubbish, then you should turn up to represent everybody else and basically argue him down.
Yeah, like as you know, Lee, and I'm sure a lot of people know, there's nothing in the Labour or Conservative. They're much the same. I've been on a panel earlier on. I want to vote Labour in for the next election. The reason why I want to vote Labour in, because as far as I'm concerned, it's like a living nightmare very slowly. I want to make this go faster now, right?
Well, Labour is liberal, right?
Yeah. But like
they would be considered Democrats in America.
Yeah, Labour and Conservative much the same. There's no difference. There's nothing conservative about the Conservative Party.
Keir Starmer is literally a Conservative as far as I'm concerned.
So the difference is not equivalent to the difference here between
between
say Elizabeth Warren and
supposed to be. It's supposed to
Not
be,
so.
yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
on paper, but in reality, Britain is always centre left. The only difference is that the Labour government are literally communists now, and the Conservatives are what would be considered the Democrats in America.
yeah, but there's nothing conservative about the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party promote loads of degenerate things, and they promote. Well, as we know about the immigration levels. Half a
But
million last year. I
that's
mean, people don't even believe me in America when I say half a million net last year. It was a million. It was half a million
it
net.
was. I think it was a million. The British government last year issued a million visas.
Yeah.
And that was the legal migration, nothing to do with the illegals that are coming in on the boats. What I'm trying to say is that Britain literally doesn't have what would be, in an American sense, a conservative Christian party.
Okay.
They are, as I said, the conservatives or our conservatives would be considered Democrats in America.
Yes.
And also, I've just lost faith in them completely. Well, probably all politics. In the situation with Liz Truss was absolutely disgusting. I mean, that just goes to prove how much corruption is in that party.
Yeah, the fact that she was in for how long?
3 months.
I don't know.
It was
4 weeks.
It was
4
4
weeks.
weeks. Wasn't it?
It's about 3 weeks. Yeah.
The fact that you can flip flop
you're right.
world leader that quickly, it's mind blowing.
Lee,
Unless you're talking about an astronomical event like in the United States, huge impeachment, you'd have to have a person like in the worst possible way ever to be removed from
like Nixon.
That the highest office. Yeah, Nixon.
Yeah.
Lee, what I mean by voting Labour in, like I was saying to Banks earlier on, accelerate it. But it's like a slow nightmare instead of an accelerated nightmare. It doesn't make any difference. So what we got to do is break. As far as I'm concerned, the Conservatives are dead and buried. As far as I'm concerned,
big time. Now,
so the way I look at this, the only way we can do something is if there is a different party. So if Nigel Farage, I know he's a bit of a shill, but that's just the way it is. If they set up like a For Britain party, right? That is basically it's not about the globalist agenda, not at all.
That would never happen. You know that. It just never.
Well, it could happen. Let's talk about it happening, and that's what has to happen because
they're not part of the elite. They would not be able to. They might be able to put a party together. Don't get me wrong. They'd never win.
No, well, just throw this election away. This election's the whole point about this election is to kill the Conservatives, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I mean, like I said, lockdowns, drag queens, fucking everything. The immigration is nothing. There's nothing conservative about the Conservative Party. More taxes.
Hey, did you hear the United States Marine Corps might stop using sir and ma'am to address senior officers?
Yeah.
What are they going to use instead, though? That's
the title of their official position. So. Yes, Colonel.
Sergeant. Yeah.
Yes, Sergeant. Whatever it might be, they're going to take the gender assignment away from the
to avoid the pronouns problem.
Yeah. So in Scotland now you can self-determinate at 16, which obviously means like toilet things, women-only places, and obviously chopping your bits off. Now you can do that.
No. After the months, you can chop your bits off.
Sorry.
You have to live as your assigned or self-assigned gender for 3 months before you can start chopping.
Oh God, that's like a long holiday, isn't it? Yeah, and this is how crazy it is in Scotland. But like they always say about climate change, trust the science, and kung flu, trust the science. But you can be a man in 3 months. Trust the science.
The thing is, I mean, as far as the gender business, the science on that is like literally we're in a phase of experiment. We're in an experimental phase. This is all beta testing. But when it comes to like what you said about accelerating all this liberal agendas, the problem is, I mean, I come from a country that's already had a revolution and is potentially going through another one now, and believe me, revolutions are not things you wanna delve into full-heartedly. It's a very,
I
very dangerous situation and a very unpredictable scenario.
Yeah,
And
I agree with you. By the way, everyone in the panel, Banksy's Iranian.
yeah,
But you want a
Hi,
revolution in
Aphid.
Iran? You want a revolution in Iran at the
hey,
moment,
Philip.
don't
What's up, dude? How are you?
Yeah, Philip.
Well, of course, but the thing is,
you? Yeah,
again, I don't relish it because the
no.
next dictator or would-be dictator could be 1,000 times worse than what we already have. The
How,
revolutions are incredibly unpredictable things.
but Banksy, inform everyone how many people have been hanged.
Well, actually, not that. I mean, over 400. I think it was 500 people have died. They are due to hang around 18,000, but they are still trialing. There's only been like 5 hangings so far, based on the arrests.
How about Afghanistan just all of a sudden banning girls from attending university, pretty much out of nowhere?
Well,
No,
you're shocked by that.
it wasn't out. You think it was out of nowhere? Do you
Well,
guys
I
not
mean-
remember the Taliban
No,
1.2?
I don't mean that. I mean in the sense that there were literally a lot of girls attending university here, like that literally can't go back to class. Okay, they're
Yeah.
Yeah.
3-year
But-
engineering students, whatever. They're
But
actually
that's-
trying to achieve
how did
something.
the liberals think they're anything different? I mean, just because they didn't do it the first year they were in power, they had to like wind it in a little bit. They're not stupid. They're clever now.
Yeah, it was.
They'll wait a year, then they'll start stoning them again. I mean,
No, but the stonings, the stonings have actually returned. But that's not the point. They stopped in the original Taliban, the ones in the 90s. They actually forbid girls from going to school, to high school level. This is university.
yeah.
This is nothing. This hasn't even touched. This is the tip of the iceberg of what the Taliban will eventually get to. I don't know if you guys remember this. I mean, I do, because I'm from that part of the world, so we keep track. But there was a tree, a fake picture of a tree, where the Taliban took all the televisions in the local village and
Yeah.
impaled them onto this tree. It was like a television tree because they
Yeah.
banned television.
And
That is
tapes.
coming.
Remember the
That
cassettes?
is,
and
yeah,
video
that
tapes?
is coming. These are just the beginnings of what the Taliban are going to do. The reason this particular Taliban had to work a little bit slower was because of the 20 years of American occupation. They were afraid that they'll be reoccupied, so they played a little bit smarter this time round. Whilst the first time round, they had carte blanche on whatever they wanted to do, so they just went full psycho. But this time they're just building it up. But I promise you, within the next few years, they'll stop girls from going to high school. You guys remember that girl, Yusuf
shot
Zai?
in the head.
Yeah, that was shot in the head.
Yeah.
I forgot. Her
in
surname
Britain
was
now.
Yusuf Zai. Yeah, she was campaigning for young girls, school-age girls, to go to school. That was what she got shot in the face for.
And
Just-
she lived, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
luckily, but
Yeah, a gunman come in the back of her, like she was in the back of an open truck. She was, I think, and
I thought it was like in a school bus, which to them,
Yeah, school
it
bus,
might have
isn't
been a
yeah, but it's not
school
yellow.
bus
It's
to
not
us.
big and
To
yellow
them,
like in
it's
America.
literally a flatbed truck, but that's how they get to school. But yeah, this guy,
But that was, by the way, in
Crazy.
Pakistan, and that's because Pakistan borders Afghanistan, and the Pashtuns basically live in that zone. Borders are artificial things that were created by British colonialism. Essentially, the Pakistanis and the Pashtuns are almost the same people. This is why Osama bin Laden was found in Pakistan. People were like shocked Osama bin Laden was in Pakistan. It was like, actually, no, because the people of that region don't consider that border a border. They've always lived, amongst each other for centuries. So the Pashtuns don't see themselves as, I'm a Afghani Pashtun and this guy is a Pakistani Pashtun. They're all Pashtun. As far as they're concerned, they're one tribe. So this is the misunderstanding about that region. But generally, the Taliban are going to slowly turn Afghanistan to the previous Taliban regime.
Absolutely.
ordinary bus, understood.
Yeah.
And here, my wife's saying they should try and jazz up the hangings a little. The hangings got a little boring, I think.
Oh, well, in Iran, I will have you know, the hangings are not regular hangings. They don't have a trap door or they kick a stool from on it. They actually
JCB.
tie. Well, they tie it around your neck and then they lift you up by a crane, so you actually suffocate to death.
Yeah.
You don't break your neck quickly, so it's a slow. So there you go. If you like jazzing up hanging, Iran found the way.
Yeah, this is true.
I say this, but it's horrific. I just want to make it clear that this is a nightmare situation.
So nice to meet you. Is Banksy?
Oh, hello. Hi, yes, Mac, how are you?
I'm good.
McGrandy.
McGrandy, sorry.
That's all right. So, are you
sorry.
Iranian?
Yes. I was born in Iran. Yes, my family are from Iran.
What part?
Tehran.
Okay, so you're Sunni. I mean, you're Shiite.
I'm an atheist, but technically, I would be.
Right.
Yeah. Technically, I would be a Shia.
So I think Iran is like a lot of people. You could probably verify this. A lot of people don't realize that Iran is a very vast and somewhat modern country, right?
In parts, yeah, absolutely. Some parts are still basic, but yeah, absolutely.
So we were talking about the borders with Afghanistan. You were absolutely correct. Like Eastern Afghanistan is it. You know, I don't even know why I'm telling you this because you know this better than me. So,
but for the audience,
anyway, it was nice to hear you. Oh, anyway, Eastern Afghanistan and Western Pakistan are amazing for me from an outsider's perspective because I noticed that they're not like what you'd see in Eastern Pakistan, which would be a color difference in the races.
Yes.
Urdu. I'm trying to think of the language differences, Pashtun or Urdu. So people, they would be darker or from the Indian subcontinent.
Exactly. Yes. That's the critical difference.
So you guys are I mean, those guys are basically mountain people. They're up there in the mountains. Everybody else is down there in the whatever's going on in the Arab subcontinent.
But I mean, they've also got
those two groups. Are they warring with each other? Like, are they battling constantly?
No. Here's the thing. I think Banksy. I'm going to call you that because.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. The funny thing is like when Russia invaded Afghanistan, all of a sudden Saudi Arabia started pouring money into Western Pakistan and the Sharias. I'm trying to think of the name. Were they the schools for the Taliban?
The madrasas.
The
madrasas. Thank you. So they started pouring money in there, and that suddenly was a massive Sunni influence. Although the area was Sunni to begin with, but it was they poured tons of money in there, and that was like after the CIA and everything had been pouring money in there as well to fight the Russians. So there's all kinds of legacy consequences of imperialism. But nonetheless, Banksy, I think you think Saudi Arabia is. I think you would agree Saudi Arabia is a major contributor to the madrasas and therefore the development of the Taliban.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, when it comes to Saudi Arabia's influence, anywhere that there's any kind of potential threat from a Shia, which is dominated in Iran, anytime Iran tries to flex its religious muscle, if you will, in the Shia sense, in any region, in any place, including Britain, by the way, and the United States, the Saudi Arabians counter that by flooding the market with their Sunni texts, mullahs, mosques, all of that. So there's tug of war financially.
Yeah, Speaker's Corner is the prime example for that. The Shias are always on their toes because there's so many Sunnis fucking attacking them.
Yeah. The Sunnis dominate for
Just,
example, London Speakers
what's up
Corner.
with that?
just
Why is
changing
there
the
thousands of years of war
Except
between these
Banksy.
people who are in the same country? Why are they
Religion.
such enemies?
Religion.
Even though
Oh, no,
they're
this
of
is-
the same religion, sometimes the difference can be a minute
No.
part of the religion.
Oh no! This
schism.
is a
Tribal.
bigger.
It's not even
Well-
a religion. It's down to the tribe level, man.
Well, the thing with the Iranians and the Arabs, I'll give you this much. There's always been animosity amongst the Iranians and the
Yes.
Arabs because the
Yes.
Iranians are not Arabs and they never were
Right, exactly.
Arabized.
Yeah.
And so they
Persian.
still, the Persians, they retained their original language, their
Yeah.
culture, and so they were never Arabized like, for example, the Egyptians, the Moroccans, the Syrians, etc.,
Yeah.
etc. So for that reason, this animosity has always existed between these two as far as different people is concerned. But there's also a significant schism in Shia Sunni where they have a massive if you like, disagreement about who
Yeah.
should have been the first caliph after Muhammad's death. And
Yeah.
also some of the hadith that they follow, they don't follow the same hadiths. They follow very different hadiths. They have certain beliefs like the 12 imams, the Shiites have that the Sunnis don't follow. So yeah, there's two main conflicts, religion and ethnicity. They are both at odds in this situation.
Tonight on our news, right? Tonight on our news, there's a 69-year-old French guy who previously convicted for attacking one of the migrant camps. Anyway, gets released and he's walked into Paris tonight and gone into the Turkish area and shot and killed 3 people.
Wow.
And the mad thing is, what you see on the news then.
Had any guns?
So in France, this is France.
Oh, France.
And
Yeah, right,
the
okay.
mad thing is, within an hour or so, and you can see the pictures on TV, the whole Turkish district is out throwing stones at the police, smashing up shops, setting off fires. The police haven't done anything wrong. This was just some idiot. And then I think to myself, God, the amount of terrorist attacks that we've had where people have died, and you don't see us in the streets smashing everything up, setting things on fire. These people are backwards as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but the thing, it's a very good point. It was made earlier on a live, and you're very much true. What happens that 3 of their countrymen was murdered, and now Europe is up in flames. Belgium, Denmark, they're all kicking off about it, right? But it was made that like Lee Rigby had his head cut off in the middle of the street. I mean, the Manchester 23 that got murdered.
That Lee Rigby was he was in a drummer, right?
But he was a military drummer. He was actually in the military as well.
Like a drum and fife.
But,
or whatever.
They basically decapitated him in the street.
Yeah, I saw that. How about that woman who just filmed the guy?
They were what? They were black guys. They were North Africans, right?
I think they were Nigerians, but they were converts to Islam.
They were Muslims. They were Muslims.
How about the woman who had the murderer and just casually talked to him while she filmed and kind of ended up holding him in the area?
Yeah,
I mean, you can't say balls of steel because it's a woman.
No, dude, that was a beautiful desensitization. She was de-escalating the whole situation, you know.
Yeah, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, but
so that means the asshole from Nigeria who stabbed that fucker was freaking out because he stabbed that fucker.
No, he didn't stab him. He was
freaking out over doing that, right?
Let me just give a slight clarification. What they first did was they actually ran into him with a car. Once they knocked him to the floor, then they came out with machetes and cleavers and proceeded to behead him. So he was actually, I think, either unconscious or actually knocked out for a bit because I obviously ran him over with a car. But the funny thing is, if you try to find that video now, you will either not be able to find it, or it's a heavily redacted version where when the guy actually quotes the Quran and his justification for doing this is completely cut out. But I still have the original that came out at the time, if anyone's interested.
I know one man that would
my point is, Banksy, what you didn't see that night was a load of British people out on the street smashing everything up. Which they seem to.
Yeah, there was. I think there was some protest, and also there was some. EDL members who came to that sort of part of London, East London, to kind of like they said they were out to protect the citizens, kind of thing. But of course, it was just show of power.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Lee, we can frown on what they've done, but if the British had stood up and said, "No, this is a fucking enough," you just slaughtered 23 kids and fucking slaughtered one of our servicemen. We're not having this anymore. Do you think the government would have acted differently? And do you think, because that's what they're doing? Wait there, Lee. They've made Paris. Fucking it's kicking off in Paris, right? Because what's happened, right? And now that will influence the politicians in the future. Now, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just telling you, right, that because the British are so cut out that we can't see. If, for example, you'll say, if Islam is taken in its pure context, it can lead to terrorism in our homelands. Now, if people say things like that, they get like cancelled for it, right? But that's the reality, and I'm sure someone like Banksy that knows a lot about religions can agree that that is the reality on the subject. So
I think you're living in a paranoid world, dude.
When you say these people carrying out these attacks aren't doing it in the name of their ideology, that's nonsense.
Well, I mean, I can honestly say that. I mean, for me, I see it as like a 2 or 3 that are involved in any of these types of actions. One is a cultural sort of either grievance or ethnic grievance, that sort of thing. So it's cultural or ethnic motivated. But the other side to this is that they get their, if you like, their divine justification from their books, from their religious text. There is to say that the religion doesn't play any part in this is dishonest, but to say that the religion is the only source of motivation is also not necessarily true. It comes from a multitude of factors, but then that's how it is with all human beings. We're not black and white creatures. We mostly operate in the gray, and so there is multifaceted reasons why we do what we do quite often, and religion definitely plays a part in that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm flickering.
Oh yeah,
I'm flickering in the background.
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
You're good.
Just gonna say, Steve, do you want to play this little video? This is what's going on in Paris today.
Oh my God.
Well, let's just give you some context of what's going on.
It's in Paris.
Put it in the back chat.
It's
in the back chat. I cannot.
I just like saying back chat, really.
Me too.
I haven't got to say nothing all night. I just thought I'd
Hey, Aphid,
throw in
nice
a back
to see
chat.
you, buddy. I bet it's
Good to
freezing
see
up
you.
there. I'm going to do the
yeah,
North
it's
American
a little-
thing here.
Little
You guys
more
up there
freezing.
how you guys doing? Smoke? Last Dance? You freezing your ass off up there? Because
Pretty darn cold.
it's starting to come through down here.
It's 4 here.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
I saw some immigrants in I think it was El Paso, Texas, and they had gotten some soup in these styrofoam bowls, and the immigrants sitting there going like this because it's frozen salad with the spoon sitting out of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand what he was saying, but
It's
Was he
yellow.
saying,
It's
"Está-
yellow. It's
Yeah.
yellow.
Está un mucho frío."
It's ice.
Yeah, there you go.
it was a bowl of soupsicle is what it was.
You know, that's the funny thing about North America, you guys. The cold fronts sweep in out of the northwest across the whole continent, and I'm like the last guy down here. Maybe sometimes we get something, but it's supposed to be in the 40s tomorrow. That's pretty intense for us. There we go.
Oh,
Get those French.
Come on, fight back. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
nice.
Dude, I love
Takedown.
the French security forces are fucking top notch.
Come on, hold the line, boys. Hold the line.
They're outnumbered. They're gonna get
Yeah,
killed.
they're
Yeah, but
outnumbered.
no, they're not. But they're
They
willing to
are,
do
my
the job,
granddad.
dude.
These people ain't gonna just. These people ain't like French, where they'll give them a kick in the body or something. They'll kill them.
Those listen. I got to tell you about the French. A lot of people don't understand this.
Look, mate.
But
God,
I'll shut up. Go ahead.
I got arrested in a riot in Paris. I think I know how it works. I got deported from fucking France for it.
Well,
Deport
I'm
your
glad
ass.
I'm responsible for that confession.
You got deported from France?
Well, not officially. I had a lift off the police to the bus station after I was detained for 8 hours.
The cops watched you get the fuck out, dude.
They said, we won't go through the paperwork. We'll just see you get out of the fucking bus. I went, all right. I was filming it. In 2018, I was filming the Yellow Vests in Paris. And I got swept up.
Baze, did you pick up any French?
No. Apart from some weed.
Enculé. Merde. Pardon, culé.
They thought, Bagsy, they thought I was Antifa for a while. I opened up my phone and showed them my social media posts. And they went, you're not Antifa, patriot.
You know what you guys remind me of? A bunch of Americans that live on the Canadian border and how they make, especially around Quebec, and they make fun of the French Canadians. You guys do the same thing with the French. That's funny as shit.
I lived in France for a year, and they were lovely. Everyone was lovely. The whole community was just
but my point I was making, McGrande, is that French citizens wouldn't, like, if a copper went down and got isolated, I'd be very surprised to see them actually really do damage to the.
I don't know.
But like, going back to Welshman, going back to my original point, if we did that every time there'd been a terrorist attack, we've never done that. All right, Banksy, there might be some small little scuffles, but it's a question about being civilized. And what I can't understand is that, listen, we know when a terrorist attack happens, it's down to an individual who is just off his fucking head.
No. That's irrespective of your Lee, you're copping out. That's a fucking cop out.
Base, let him land, please.
That person believes so much in what they're doing is the right thing that they go and do it. But what I'm saying is if we reacted like that every time there was a terrorist attack, the whole country would be in a complete bloody mess. And the other thing is, why don't they understand that this 69-year-old was obviously somebody that was off his head? It's not like the whole of France hate Turkish people. So and yet they're out there in many numbers destroying part of the city.
Can I just simply say that this is obviously something that thank goodness that we don't have to actually know the results of this, but your assessment that if we acted like that every time there was a terrorist attack, the country would be in flames, and that is true, but then maybe we would have less terrorist attacks if a few of these events happened.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But just sitting back all the time.
How about when the guy fought the fucking dude with the, what was it?
The narwhal.
Swordfish?
No, it was a narwhal's tusk. It was insane. That thing, if you saw that in a movie, you wouldn't believe it.
He had a double tap, he did. He had a double tap in the end.
The cop ended up hitting him with the old MP5 or whatever in the chest. And he did what they call the pavement temperature challenge.
So I can't remember his name, but I know a lot about this case. This is an absolute crazy case. He wanted to blow up so many different things. He wanted to kill the Archbishop of Canterbury. He wanted to do the Canary Wharf. He wanted to do loads of targets. There was a load of them, and it wasn't just a one-man mission. There was loads of them. They got caught out. He was sentenced to 16. He'd done 8. He came out like a model citizen. They all loved him. They said he's reformed. He's done all the right things. He's saying all the right things. He's brilliant. He's this and that. So he was barred. He had like an ASBO from London. He couldn't go into Greater London anywhere. So he came from Birmingham or Manchester, I think it was. and they said, okay, we'll lift it for 48 hours for you. And so he had a chaperone waiting for him at the train station, and they took him to the venue. I think it was
And
Christie.
that's when he did the crime?
Wait, yeah, everything was Christie. So it was the first time he's been allowed back in Britain. Oh yeah, the reason why they took the ASBO off him. Well, it wasn't an ASBO, but it was like a terrorism ASBO thing. What the reason why they did it was because they were parading him at a conference to say that you can make people better again, turn people away from this ideology, and make people better again. So he was the most model prisoner out there. So they said, "Come to London, we'll do all this." He come to London. He went in the hall. He spoke to everyone. Everything was cushy. He went to the toilet. He then duct taped knives to his wrists, his hands, and then come out and started fucking cutting people up.
So
Right?
he was rehabilitated. He was the best one. He was the shining example they had. Yeah,
And he killed two of the organisers. That was the crazy thing. He killed two of the organisers, a woman and a bloke. The people
what the hell's
that
wrong with you, Fritz? Why are you trusting these people, man?
This is the liberal mindset. Unfortunately, the two people he killed were Oxford students. These were not just some run of the McDonald's servants. These people managed to get into Oxford. They were some of the elite children in our society that would potentially do some serious.
Wait, but Steve, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Why was he a liberal nut job? I think he was a nut job, but we have no evidence of any political affiliation. I think your nonsense. You guys, listen.
Shut up, McGrandy, if you're going to
make
decent.
I love that.
I mean, we know this first.
I love when he says shut up, because I know there's a victory there.
I didn't say shut up.
My point is,
hold 1 second.
Let me talk. The point is you got to calm down, dude. Not everybody's after you. And guess what? That guy who stabbed and killed a bunch of people did not have a political agenda.
They didn't say,
because I could apply that to anybody else.
The stabber.
That's not what they said. He wasn't a liberal.
He had an ideology.
Anyway,
right. No, it was the liberals. It was the liberals who believed in him, even though he was
exactly.
That's it, Steve. He
was still a psychopathic murderer.
You can Google it now. These two people, like Banksy said, they were very.
You had a bunch of misguided liberals.
They were liberals. Shut up, McGrandy. They were liberals.
No, I'm not shutting up.
Hold on, guys.
And then you know what, dude?
And they invited him into this huge conference.
All along.
This has to be treated like radio.
Yeah, guys, please.
Like radio, like on the radio.
NPR,
even though people can see our faces,
NPR.
The voices are what people are listening to. And when people talk over each other, it really is not effective.
But he got nothing to say at all.
Okay,
it's got to be a give and take on everybody.
Yeah, no, but he's got nothing to add to it. That's what Banksy meant. It was the liberals that accepted this terrorist in, and that's how he repaid them. First time he was allowed back in London. First time after being released after 8 years.
It's bullshit.
That's what Banksy was talking about.
That was my statement. Is that the liberal sort of soft touch effectively allowed this individual to go through that process, through that program, to give him that opportunity to do what he did. If they were a bit more hard-lined, and if that man was still in some kind of solitary or in some kind of hard maximum secure prison, those two individuals would still be alive. He would still be alive, and maybe life would be a bit better.
The one place where you don't want somebody who's excessively liberal is dealing with letting criminals back into society.
Correct.
If you want to just have really conservative people, fine with me, because frankly, the person already committed a fucking crime. So let's keep it on the conservative side before we start waving them on back in. There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. I mean, they already fucked up. We're not talking about free people here, So
now, you see, I'll be
Roger
honest.
Stone, you mean?
Well, I don't know about Roger. I don't think Roger Stone's ever stabbed multiple people on a bridge. But
I guarantee you, Roger Stone is responsible for stabbing millions of people across the world.
great big knife the size of a
Hey, and that Donald Trump, he's the worst.
Whoa, I love
him.
that. Thank you for that segue, Welshman.
I gotta
It's
get
just-
Welshie a "Make America Great Again" hat. I think whenever
Yeah.
he joins in on camera, we should see that big red banner up
Yeah.
there.
Yes. One thing I will say that this is something at least a lot of people who analyze religious zealots versus just psychopaths is that although sociopaths can be extremely clever and usually are and can fool any of these sort of programs to make them look like they've been reformed, there is an aspect that also calls to the fact that this person, because there is a strong concept of martyrdom within the Islamic religion. So in any scenario, if this man was being killed whilst killing the non-believers, the kafirs, he would.
Virgins.
Well, I mean, some people say virgins, some people say whatever, but there's definitely going to be a mountain on top of a hill. There'll be a mansion and a rivers of wine and honey. That's for sure. But this is what I mean. This is what they absolutely believe this. And this is something that the rest of us in the Western world have to come to terms that they absolutely believe this, that there is a mansion for every martyr on a hill with rivers of wine and honey. And here's another kicker. One of these mullahs I listened to once, he said, you can get ice cream in heaven, but the ice cream in heaven will taste all the flavors of the best ice creams you can possibly know all at once.
That'd be amazing.
Where can I sign up?
They sell this crap to these people. I'm not joking. They buy this crap. They believe that they're going to go. And if you're martyred, this is the critical part. If you're martyred, non-believers, you can take, but also you can take your family members into heaven with you. You get a pass for them too. So you see, there's multiple reasons why they want to.
Family only. Get out of here, you fucking neighborhood kid.
Exactly. No entourage.
You know what they should do? They should have all the preachers go out, into the square, and I'll say I'm an atheist. What's the bidding? And someone will say, "Oh, river of wine and honey," and I'll say, "I don't really like wine. You got anything better? Oh, ice cream of all the flavors. That's good. That's my current one. Anybody can beat that?"
There was a funny thing this week on our news that the government were proposing to put in anti-Semitism lessons into English schools, but for it to be part of the curriculum. And then this was brilliant. 2 days later, there's pictures being shown of the Israeli far right government pulling Palestinians out of houses, beating them up, and telling them they've got to leave now. Just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. So the Jews are all good people. Yeah, right. They can be just as evil as anybody else.
Of course,
people are people. I mean, I never. I mean, every time, here's my perspective. Every time a Muslim comes to me and goes, "Oh, Banksy, Muslim, you're Muslim, my Muslim brother," I know immediately I'm about to be screwed. He's going to screw me over for something or other, either money or time, or somehow I'm going to get screwed over. He called me Muslim brother. This is why I will trust 1,000 atheists before I trust the Muslim quote brother.
Just for some context,
what led you to atheism? What was the thing you thought?
Just for some context for everyone else, Banksy goes to Lockdown Speakers Corner, so he spent a lot down there, and he's been involved in some quite, shall we say, jovial
interesting.
Battle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for me, it was. I'll say it. I mean, most people don't believe me, but I was 8 years old, and my grandmother, because at the time I always saw pictures of Adam and Eve as white men and white women with like fig leaves. Those were my depictions of Adam and Eve. Exactly. And I asked my grandma if Adam and Eve were white people and they were the only two people on the planet, where did black people come from? And suffice to say, the answer was inadequate and unsatisfactory at 8. And to be honest, that was the moment that I just didn't really buy the rest of the stories. And I believed, obviously, I carried on doing whatever my family told me to do. I lived in the Islamic Republic of Iran. You can't not be a Muslim in that country. But I knew that this was all kind of nonsense. I didn't really believe it.
When you say Adam and Eve were not black, did you think they were African or a darker color, like blending?
No, I just wondered, because I only saw pictures of two Caucasian-looking people, and I wondered where did black people come from then? Because
what year
two
was
white
that?
people can't make a black person.
What year was that?
There was another thing that made
What
me
year was
question
that?
Adam and Eve.
I was 8 years old, about eight-ish, yeah.
So
around then,
what year was that?
Oh, that was well, I don't want to give away my age.
I know.
In the 80s.
Okay, so the 80s. So
around that time
in Iran in the 80s.
Yeah.
That was when I started to think about Adam and Eve and thinking about another thing like dinosaurs. Didn't really work out. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I said, for me, I didn't have a massive concept of evolution. I didn't really know much about, paleontology and dinosaurs and all of those things. Sort of space. Your microphone is killing me, mate. Thank God.
Hey, Banksy, in if I say the Western Bible, Adam and Eve, were you ever taught, or did they ever talk about or taught anything about Lilith?
Well, this is actually the thing that my grandma told me about, this woman that came down, that God sent down to Adam in order to make Eve jealous, apparently, and she was black.
Shit.
And that's what I said about the story that was unsatisfactory.
The story about Lilith is this, which is quite empowering for women, but it got taken out of our Bible and only exists in certain countries now. But she was actually Adam's first wife. Yeah. And he commanded her to do something, and she said, "No, I'm not going to do it." He said, "Well, I'm in charge of you. I'm a man." And she said, "No, only God is in charge of me." So Adam went and complained to God that she wasn't doing what she should be doing because he'd commanded her to. And consequently, God then got rid of Lilith, banished her from paradise, and then took out one of Adam's ribs and then made woman, which was Eve, and she had to do because she was made of him, yeah? So, but Lilith then decided she would get her revenge. So that's why she's still known in some Middle Eastern cultures, because her revenge on God was that when a woman has a miscarriage or a stillborn, it's down to Lilith. She's come and taken the baby. So she's now seen as a demon. So,
I see.
But she was in the Bible originally, but then obviously man decided, I don't like that bit, so we'll take it out.
I'd like to meet this Lilith.
Yeah, you can read about her on the internet for sure.
She was the first feminist by the sounds of it. But I will say I do have a joke about that actually. Adam, it says Adam one day goes to God and says, "God, I'm alone, I'm lonely, I need a partner." And God said, "Okay, I will make you your perfect mate. She will obey you. She will do everything you say. She'll have sex with you whenever you want. She will be the most beautiful woman, and she will cook for you, clean for you, massage you, do all of that. But it's going to cost you an arm and a leg." And Adam said, "Okay, what do I get for a rib?"
Not bad.
That's cool.
I have a joke.
Hey,
Banks, the same
Banksy,
line.
I got a joke for you.
Here we go.
All right, so
make it the long one.
No, I'm going to do the short one. I'm going to try and work out because I know there's not an extended attention span here, so I'm going to work on it. Here's what it is. Osama bin Laden dies. He goes up to the pearly gates. Right there is St. Peter. And also is Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and George Madison. And Osama says, "Well, I'm here. I've done my jihad, and I'm ready for my 72 virgins." And so, this is a good one. You gotta hang with me, guys. All of a sudden, George Washington walks over to him, starts kicking him in the head, and then George Madison kicks him in the nuts.
James Madison.
Thank you.
George Jefferson.
And Thomas Jefferson puts his fucking foot on his neck.
Hello.
And Osama looks up at St. Peter and he says, "I don't understand." He said, I've done jihad and I'm supposed to get 72 virgins. And he said, "No, that was 72 Virginians."
Yes.
That's my joke.
That
You
was good.
single-handedly did something that none of us have been able to do for months. You
What's
drove
that?
off base Welshman. All right, now we know what it takes, McCrae. Tell a joke.
I think what happened is his soul fled and he went chasing after it. Because I saw mine go, but I just said, "Go,
Oh, he's right there.
get free and clear of this."
Well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry you missed that, Base. That was a good one.
Sorry, mate. No, my volume went completely. So.
Oh no, I had muted you. All you had to do was unmute because you had some crazy sound going on, like almost sounded like some strange military
Look at
music.
that.
Nobody.
Yeah, I was watching the riot.
I'll tell you a quick joke I heard today when all the family were together. So, real quickly, right? Guy walks into a pub, and in the corner of the pub is a horse with a pot of money. And he goes up and gets a pint of beer. He's talking to the landlord. He goes, "What's the situation with the horse in the corner and the pot of money?" He said, "Well, if you put £1 in the pot and make the horse laugh," he said, "you keep all the money." He said, "Really? Is that easy?" He said, "Whoa, you think it's easy?" He said, "Go and try." So over he goes, flicks his quid into the pot, brimming with pound coins, whispers in the horse's ear, and the horse is on its back. It's laughing, winning, everything. It just got uncontrollably. So the guy picks up the pot of money, walks out the pub. Anyway, about a week later, he thinks, I like that pub. I'll go back into that pub. Sure enough, there's a horse in the corner with a pot of brimming money. So he goes up to the landlords and goes, "Hey, make the horse laugh, keep the money." He said, "Oh, no. Ever since you did that, we've changed it." He said, "Well, what have we got to do now?" He said, "Well, if you can go up to the horse, make it cry," he said, "you can keep the money." So he's like, "Right, okay." He said, "Yeah, I think I can do that." So the barman's like, everybody's looking in the pub. Goes up to the horse, puts the money in, and whispers in the horse's ear. And with that, the horse collapses. It's crying its eyes out. And the guy picks up the money. And just as he's about to walk out, the landlord goes, "Hey, come here." He said, "What?" He goes, "Come on, how did you do it? First of all, you make the horse laugh, and now you make it cry. Come on, what's the secret?" He said, "Okay." He said, "Well, the first time I told him my dick was bigger than his. And the second time, I fucking showed him."
Yes.
Lee, I gotta let you in on a little secret though.
Go on.
Like a short joke, that's like a knock
Sorry.
joke.
Sorry.
Wait a second. Is this your lady, Banksy?
Lee, I like the joke. Thank you.
Kind of.
Good joke.
Okay. Right on. So you cannot vouch for her. She's cool.
No, I can. She's lovely, and yeah, she's it's shall we say it's my Facebook post will be it's complicated.
Okay.
Hello, person, Miss Banksy.
Is it Wanksy?
No, it's Miss Banksy. You know Miss Banksy, don't you? I thought you knew her. Yeah, we follow each other on Twitter and we have conversations. She's absolutely lovely. But there was oh my god, yeah, there was another. I mean, since we're on the sort of joke run, there is this this guy walks into a pub and he sees a sign, and on the sign it says you'll get a free beer for life if you can do the tasks on this list. Number one, you have to go upstairs and make love to a woman in a bedroom, and then you have to come down, take the pliers, go to the back of the shed. There's a Rottweiler with a bad tooth, and you have to pull out his tooth. If you can do these things, you'll have free beer for life. The guy takes the pliers, and he disappears in the back, and you can hear this growling and gnashing and just tearing, and after about a minute, he comes out, and he goes, okay, and he's bloody, and his clothes are all torn apart. He goes, okay, where's that woman that I got to pull the tooth out?
Well, I got one that's about 30 years old. So a lot of the things from this joke have come true. So the joke goes like, and I might fuck it up, so bear with me. 3 people are in a room praying together. A Jew, a black man, and a woman. And the Jew says, God, when is there going to be a Jewish president? And God says, not in your lifetime. The black man says, God, when is there going to be a black president? God says, not in your lifetime. Then the woman says, God, when is there going to be a woman president? God says, not in my lifetime.
It's harsh.
Hey, like I said, it's a 30-year-old joke. It was.
So that's why Trump won in 2016.
There you go.
On a weather note, are you under a big storm at the moment? I heard someone mention that you were under a big sort of I haven't looked at it on the news.
Not me.
Bombogenesis. It dropped for you guys. I'm sure it went from 55 degrees to 5 degrees in a half a day or some crazy shit. Right?
It was already cold. It was already cold before it came. So it
was
made
57 here at 3:00. And
well, that's because you guys are completely different. You're like half the country apart, man.
Practically,
right.
Yeah.
I'm in the center of the United States, and he's up towards.
In fact, he's about. It's funny, McGrandy. I was surprised when I searched this. You two are about the same distance away from me. Equivalent, about 1,200 miles each, give or take.
That's a little creepy. I mean, would you go through that step by step again? What were you doing?
I was just thinking, how far away are you? Is it 500? Is it 1,000?
You know why?
I know Florida is 1,200 because I've been there 100 times. I've just never been to wherever East Bumfuck City you live in. I don't even remember.
Here's the thing, Steve. Florida is a fucking long state. It's 400 miles, 500
when I was a
miles.
Kid, I went to Florida a lot.
I went to Florida a lot. Down there like a horse cock.
Yeah.
McGrandy, you've got a great governor in Florida. What's his name again? What's his name? Can you remind me? I remember.
Actually runs
Benito Mussolini, I think is the name.
Hey,
DeSantis.
Hey, I got a good one for you. Guys who hate Trump, for a nickname for someone who hates Trump, because McGrandy just reminded me. Cheeto Mussolini. Cheeto Mussolini. That's not bad, right?
Cheeto. Oh yeah, that was perfect because of the orange, the color,
orange, and then
the hair. Oh, it's perfect.
All right, cool.
That's good. Smokesteve.
Well, that's only for about half the room here, I think. So,
does anybody got big plans for tomorrow, or Christmas Day? What you guys doing? What's going on?
Christmas Day, I'm going to my parents.
Nice
for you.
Yep. And I've literally just I've just wrapped this box full of presents.
How nice.
Yeah. Nice.
So, how far are you away from them?
Look at that for quality dad wrapping. It's only tape I had.
All about the tape.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's become okay over the last few years to have a box, a bag, or whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be a professional wrap job anymore.
Nah. I was contemplating not wrapping at all, but since I went to Tesco this morning, which is our local grocery store, they had some wrapping paper, and I just thought, grab it and wrap them up.
I'm sure since COVID now, like you can't get anything wrapped at the stores, probably, right? Or do they still do that?
They don't really do that here, unless
They
you go
never
to,
did it.
not really. I
Some
mean, if you go to a gift store, then they might wrap it for you.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Harrods? That big boy. Is that what it's called? Harrods.
Harrods.
They might, but they'll charge you double to do it, won't they?
The wrapping. The wrapping will cost more than the present that I'm going to buy.
Yeah. There's no restrictions now with masks or anything like that now. There's nothing.
Well, Baze, do you feel liberated because of that?
Well, I never wore them in the first place. Only wore them
I know, but do you notice that the way you walk has changed? Walking around in the malls and stuff, and now there's no more masks.
Well, it's funny because when I used to walk around and like 95% of the people had a mask on, I just walk around and I think, well, and when I used to see someone like someone serving me, I would compliment them a little bit. It's so nice to see your face. Because
I'm not gonna lie.
I couldn't cope with the face blockage. It was dehumanizing.
McGrandy, I literally thought you were going to say looking for the mass shooters when you just said looking for the masks. That's the first thing my mind went to, talking about like shopping malls and shit. So like,
wow. Sorry, I had that influence on you, buddy.
Not you. That's just my mind kind of filling in what you were saying, and that's where my head is now. Like the mask thing seems like yesteryear. There are still people, and I say power to you. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. That's fine.
We're developing a difference.
Just don't make other people just keep your
Actually, I think you're right, Steve. I think you're right. And you know what I notice? I notice people who do wear masks don't wear them properly. They got them hanging down by their chin, or they got them all askew. And
or they still got those
functional.
Like cloth.
They're not functional anymore.
Ones.
There's hardcore slaves out there that wear the mask. I see it. And I've got to say, they get some sort of perverse. Honestly, I'm seeing young people wear a mask. Not a lot.
You can't judge people.
You see these
because some people have been sick. Maybe some people got sick.
No.
You know what I mean?
I can understand it if they're maybe really old, and it's really disappointing because they're struggling anyway. They're struggling to breathe anyway, and they're wearing a mask. Then I've actually stopped people in the street.
Everybody who wears a mask is struggling to breathe.
Take your time, and they're saying, "Look." Anyone
grab a beer.
Struggle to breathe. So you can imagine if you've got COPD or something like that. You really struggle, and I'm seeing old people struggling. And I would say just to try and take it off for a minute, and I'll keep my distance, take it off, and just try and breathe normally. And they're like, they're petrified. And it's really sad. It's horrid. I hated it.
Yeah, I mean, in those cases, you would think, like, don't they have, like, curbside pickup in the UK? If the people are that paranoid, stay outside, stay in the fresh air, have the little checker boy bring out the fucking groceries, and no mask needed. But I don't know if you guys have that. Like,
we have better than that. In some stores, they'll put it in you just sit in your car and they'll put it in your boot for you, and then you drive off.
In your ass?
No, in your boot.
In your boot.
And your trunk.
In your trunk.
How do you get your foot back in there when you got it filled with stuff?
The worst thing, the real sad and horrible thing is that people stayed in their houses for maybe 2 years in some cases, even longer.
I was one of them. I never left the house.
I actually disagree. I think it was a fucking great learning experience for fucking pussy ass.
Okay. Did you like? Okay.
No, wait. Shut.
Well, Biscuit stayed indoors. I'd like to ask him. What did he think? Did he think
Steve,
it was enriching?
You will know he did not allow me. This is NPR, right?
I spent.
He didn't let me finish my.
Look, it's no secret that both of you guys, Based and McGrande, overtalk each other and everybody else.
Yeah, if somebody else is getting
that's no secret.
I spent 80% of lockdown.
Both you guys
VR.
are pretty equal.
Yeah, I mean, I was getting dirty looks from people on the beat in the summer because I didn't have a mask on. morons. I'm talking sea breeze. What the fuck's gonna happen out there? Nobody's sick. We're all out walking and swimming and fishing. And
was this later on?
Huh?
Later on, or like the
like
end
6
of March,
months ago?
No, like probably 2020 when the shit was happening that summer.
Yeah.
It was so dumb, dude. Like, get the fuck off the beach if you're gonna walk around with a mask on, you fucking idiots. You know?
Exactly.
I remember, like, it was like, okay, you know, like when the shit hit the fan, it was like Tom Hanks got it, and like the NBA canceled all the games. You know what I'm saying? It was like the same night. It was like Tom Hanks got it, NBA canceled all the games.
What was that guy's name? Gilbert or Aranos or something? It was an NBA player. He was like fake coughing towards the bench. And he tested positive like 2 days later. Fucking idiot, dude.
Oh, we had a great one. There's a black guy who's an actor. What?
Sorry.
It's a black guy who's an actor. You guys might know him, Biscuit and Welshman. He plays a character called Lucifer. I don't know what his name is acting. He's like a detective. Is it him? Yeah. Well, do you remember him being on TV and everybody?
You mean he plays a character in Lucifer?
Yeah.
Yeah, he don't play Lucifer.
No. But he was on telly and everybody's scratching their heads because he was promoting the fact that you might have COVID but have no symptoms at all. So you're just somebody who's spreading it. But you'll have no symptoms whatsoever. But luckily, I went to the hospital and I found out that I'm one of those people. And it's like, what? Why? What prompted you to even go then? Because you've never had any symptoms whatsoever. And he just made himself look a complete dick. It's unreal. But they're to promote the message, oh, you might have it, but you might not know you've got it. So, I don't know.
Yeah. It happens.
Well, I mean,
it's hard to blame. It's hard to blame like anybody with their reactions for those first few months because nobody knew what was going on, and to be overprotective was
exactly
not harming them in any way.
I think like I heard early on outdoors in a fresh air environment with breezes blowing, the chances of I mean, unless somebody was like hacking, you see someone coming down the beach who's fucking bent over, coughing and sneezing. Yeah, fucking spread the,
exactly.
Give them away. But when people
like
just walking, breathing in the fresh air was not going to ever cause sickness.
Western countries locked the people down in their houses. Like developing countries told people to get out their houses and stay in open spaces and eat good food and exercise. It's funny though, isn't it?
Yeah, but we didn't have
like Aphid said that in the beginning, I think they just scared people to absolute death. So
right.
I remember the very first
Monday morning quarterback.
When Boris Johnson gave his first talk about it was going to be lockdown on his podium, and it was quite chilling. His final words were, "I have to tell you now, loved ones will be lost." And he's like, "Whoa, okay, well, I appreciate your honesty." But my God, what a way to scare everyone.
He wasn't wrong though, was he? Loved ones were lost.
He wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong. It's all about perspective.
But not to the degree where we were thinking half the population's going to die.
First of all, the flu had a
this is not over.
This is not over. COVID is not over.
Yeah, it is.
Fucking
shut it isn't.
Liz.
It is over.
It's over.
It's not.
It is.
You're such a
We'll
mong.
see.
There might be some people that get sick. But
susceptible.
The majority of deaths is over.
It's endemic, like a cold or
exactly.
Flu. It's going to come and go year to year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The weaponized.
But then,
if you stop taking the jabs and work off your antibodies,
it will
work off your antibodies
into a more virile state.
Guys, one at a time.
It's mutated into a less virulent state, so what makes you think it's going to be more virulent in the future?
What you've got to remember as well, before
if
COVID,
one believes that
these
is
figures were nearly as
weaponized,
high just with the flu. So you were going to get taken out by the flu, and then COVID come, and everyone's dying of that instead of the flu.
You're right. It's getting weaker and weaker and weaker, and it's highly probable that it's going to go down the same trajectory. rather than. But it's funny. I'm watching John Campbell. I recommend people listen to him.
I mean, if you
Dr. John
think
Campbell
about
said,
it this way, it's related to the common cold, and the
correct,
common cold used to kill people
and it does.
Well, the common cold doesn't kill anyone anymore.
Well, it does.
Well, it can, depending on your immune system. If you've got a weak immune system, the common cold could turn into influenza, and it could kill you.
But then it's influenza at that point, isn't it? It's not the
but what I mean is it could or pneumonia. Sorry, pneumonia is most likely.
Lung infection. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, exactly. But what I mean is it will lead into all other worse things.
That's true. That's true. But the common cold itself will not kill the majority of people.
Agreed.
Look, I think if you look at the whole picture, like if it didn't turn out as bad as everybody acted like it was, at least in the foreseeable future, we're a little bit more prepared for something like that if it does come around.
I don't think.
So, I mean,
I think if it happens again, it'll be a shit show again.
Yeah, I don't think so. But I think there's so many wheels that have already been moved that
gentlemen,
in the near future,
there were many deaths. Millions of people died. Millions of people died.
But the one thing you've got to take into consideration,
millions of people died.
Just think about this for a second. Yeah, any government in the world that says it wants to protect and help its population, if you've got a scenario where somebody's saying, this is the worst case scenario, there are going to be thousands of people dying, your hospitals aren't going to cope, this, that, and the other.
Gotta talk to Carol.
Then maybe that's why the government did what they did, because they're damned if they don't, and they're doomed if they don't. Do you see what I mean?
Well, it's
so
funny
maybe they took the worst case scenario and thought, we're going to have to do this, because if we don't
Sweden
do it,
didn't do that, did they? Sweden didn't do that, did they? And Lee, can you tell me why is there being excess deaths over the 5-year average in the UK since like May of this year? Can you tell me why that might be the case?
Well, I can tell you one reason that is
I
documented.
agree that needs to be investigated, because
there's one reason for sure. People did drink a lot more. People did drink a lot more alcohol.
Hell yeah.
And that's going to be a contributing factor. But also, there's certainly going to be some. I mean, from the jib jab, but only
the jib jab.
Wow.
Yeah, good call.
I'm sure everybody in Sweden that made the decision to go the route that they want knew damn well that there was a very good chance that they could be totally wrong and it could go in the opposite direction. So I mean, you can't really, say that they're awesome and everybody else that did everything else was worse. They just somebody was going to get it.
They did get hammered on the second wave. But what they actually ended up doing was protecting the vulnerable. So whether that was old or people with conditions, they were people that they protected.
Pre-existing conditions.
Yeah, everyone else went about sort of their business as much as they could. So their economy stayed alive, and their public overall done better off than any Western country. Funny that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the biggest concern is how little and how incredibly incompetent what I would consider to be first world nations governments. It's just to me exposed how bad they are and how little they seem to know. Good night. Good night, Biscuit.
See you in the new year.
Cheers, Biscuit.
Happy New Year, mate. Happy New Year.
Happy Christmas.
Stay well, buddy.
Merry Christmas. So yeah, for me that's even more worrying than the whole thing about the COVID is that our governments, if there wasn't some big conspiracy theory and they wanted all this to happen, they are willfully incompetent. I mean, they are like terribly incompetent.
But remember, we were all called conspiracy theorists when we said the Wuhan lab, didn't we? We were all now. Even the fact checkers are saying it's now highly probable it came from the Wuhan lab.
So it wasn't a bat having oral sex with a pangolin then?
No,
because that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Based. Do you know that before in America, before the war with Cuba, where we got Puerto Rico and
October?
No. It was
Remember the Maine.
It
You're
was like
thinking
1890. 1890.
Spanish-American War.
Oh, right.
Thank you. Spanish-American War. We said, oh shit! I lost my train of thought.
I was interested then.
I know. It was about imperialism. It was like one of our follies, but I can't remember the specific incident. So I'm going to hand it off to you.
Trying to do something nice here for one of our buddies who's watching.
Good.
All right. Back to
Thank
this.
That was a save, Steve.
I've been watching a bit of that Paris riot business, and looks like the police are under a lot of pressure.
Is it still going on?
Well, I've seen about 3 clips. That's why my volume went down and I went muted. I wasn't muted. My connection goes a bit funny if I fuck off and have a look on Twitter or something. Yeah, it was really quite bad. If you were looking in it, put down Paris riots.
Right.
You know what? I'm amazed at Aphid, his studio over there. It's like blue. I have a color problem, so blue is one of the colors I can really see. It's got a lot of blue over there, man.
It's feeling blue.
Oh, fuck. I love that. Cup of tea. He's back.
Feeling Blue. Wasn't Feeling Blue, was that a Coltrane album or like Miles Davis? It's got a jazzy sound to it. Feeling Blue. I don't know. Sounds up.
Seeing blue.
Yeah,
So let's talk about some American politics.
Rhapsody in Blue.
American?
Yeah. What's been going on in America?
Aphid's back now. I've got to say, Merry Christmas to you. I'm off now. 2:20 here, so I'm ready to go get some sleep.
Merry Christmas.
Have a great
you
Christmas.
guys.
Great talking
Take
to
care,
you.
everyone.
Merry
All the best
Christmas.
to you and
Bye.
All the best.
Good talking to you. Merry Christmas. I'll be honest, I'm also fading fast.
It's all right.
So, well, the only thing I'm actually curious if you guys have been tracking the Kerry Lake trial situation. Have you guys been keeping tabs on that? Or?
No, I haven't.
No.
I have not. Uh-oh, he's got the smoking jacket.
It's interesting.
She
All right. Aphid, we read you.
What were you
So-
saying last dance?
I'm curious that she was running for governor of Arizona.
Arizona, yeah.
Yes.
She lost. I remember close race, or was it not?
Yeah, it was very close.
Very
We're talking
close.
a few thousand vote
Yeah.
difference. And this is why she's contesting it at the moment. It's going to court. It's going to trial. Actually, it made it to trial.
Yeah.
So
Have you heard any of the evidence?
Well, I heard that the original county was not going to submit their votes under like protest or duress or something. But then the county basically said these votes are going to be null and void unless you submit them as they are. And that was the final thing that made her lose. And that's probably what's being contested. Is that right?
I believe so. Also, some of the prints were on a 19-inch sort of thing instead of, and it was on a 20-inch. So because nothing matched up, they were all kicking them out of all accounts. I don't know.
Yeah, the ballots were printed on a different size to the size that they were supposed to be. So the automated machines that would normally read the ballots and count them, because these two different sizes, they put all the different ticks and whatever in different sort of locations. It was a bit of a shit show, effectively.
Right. Because we all know hand count only happens if it's in an extreme situation. 99% of the time, machines count these things. So
exactly.
Yeah, but if they sent out, say, like 20,000 in a strong Republican area.
Oh, intentionally. I see.
That's suspected. Yeah.
Well, that's what they're saying. I mean, that's what they're.
Yeah, that's the accusation. This was willfully printed in the wrong form, in the wrong size, in order to throw off the counting machines.
It was the right size paper, but it wasn't the right size print to fit the paper. If you know what I mean.
Sure.
Like the margins were too big or something.
Yes, everything was out. Everything.
It's enough to throw the code reader off on the other side that can't
Exactly.
really.
Yeah.
Which
It
in
just
those
dismisses
cases, they should just have a default pile where they have to be counted by hand.
Exactly. Just count them by hand.
Right.
That's what you would think.
If it reads 90% of them, then you might have 100,000 that are fucked up that need to be counted. Extra 12 hours, no big deal. Get it
Exactly.
right.
But what's also quite puzzling is if you've got like Brazil with a huge population, it's not as much as the US, but it's a huge population. If they can do their election in like 48 hours,
I was just going to say the same thing.
How does it take Arizona 2 weeks?
And I think Brazil it is all paper ballot. They count them all by hand.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they, they do it.
Yeah.
How hard can it be? It's not that hard.
Yeah.
Budget cuts, Last Dance.
Admittedly, I think in Brazil they did have, in Brazil and another South American country, they did have those voting machines like the ones they have in America.
Venezuela was the first country to have them.
Lots of available labor. Sorry.
They were the first country, Venezuela. Isn't that funny?
What now?
Well, Venezuela was the first one to have these the Dominions voting machines. Yeah. These highly comparable machines.
Well, come on, they won the cup. Give them a free pass and a few, little things here. And...
Well, Venezuela. No. Argentina won the World Cup.
I thought he said
Venezuela.
Man, I gotta be honest. I get confused those two as well. Argentina, and they're vastly different places.
I've been to Argentina. I have twice.
It's all right. They're all south
really
of south.
So to us, it's like there's Texas, then there's Mexico, and then there's like side by side Brazil, Argentina. I can't even think of
have you missed out Central America?
You missed all of
Central America. Mexico, yeah. You kind of skipped over like 20 countries. Brazil.
I went straight to Brazil.
He goes from Mexico
Google Map
to Tierra del Fuego and then Antarctica, and that's it. That's all we got.
Exactly.
Banksy. Can you imagine Americans doing a global map? Can you imagine just like because it's always funny when they say, "Where's Afghanistan?" to an American, and they go, "Italy." Australia.
No.
You're like, you're not even close. Like
Google Map is your friend. Is all I have to say.
I guess it's just because when you're the center of the universe, like we are, that the rest of the places just get jumbled up.
In fact, if you ask an American where the sun is, they'll point to Arizona.
I heard of a stat. I don't know how true it is. I think 11% of Americans have a passport. So I mean that tells you that. But there you go.
You don't need to worry about every other country in the world when yours is.
If you want to go snowing,
America, and it's number one.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, right. I mean,
that's the benefit we got.
No, well, our country is big. There's a lot of places.
Big.
To go check out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to drive further than our borders because I'm in the center of the United States. So any direction I go, it takes like over a day to get there.
Right.
So, I don't want to go somewhere.
What's your closest ocean trip? 1,000 miles?
It's either Corpus Christi or it's like up towards the Panhandle of Florida. Where that's the closest.
Oh my God, you're way out there.
Yeah,
that's a day away.
It's funny. We can go to two capital cities, Cardiff to London. It'll take 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
No, I got nothing like that.
Yeah.
I actually got in the car literally half an hour from now, which will be 3 a.m., and was in Cardiff by 5.
Yeah, you were going fast.
Oh yeah.
Good job, Last Dance. Hats off to Last Dance for doing some mod work in the chat. Good job, buddy.
How are we doing here? What's happening?
What's going on?
I don't know, but I'm glad he's got keys.
Same clown.
He's back. At least they didn't say that trigger name spelled with a different letter.
I got to do this fucking thing again, don't I? With the 15-second thing, right?
Well, we'll see.
What's he trying to spell out?
I don't know. Don't
Don't
read
tell him
it.
more.
Could be anything.
He's
Avoid,
like, oh,
avoid.
I got him on the hook. They're talking about me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's
yeah,
just,
don't
you know,
I'm gonna stay here for a while.
okay.
Stop talking. You're right. This
Wow.
gets so confusing.
Yeah, it's slightly different. I thought about it earlier on when you were saying you were 1,200 miles away from each other. In the UK, we're not 1,200 miles away from one end of the country to the next. From the south to the north, I think it's 900 miles between John O'Groats and Land's End.
Mm.
So yeah, you're 1,200 miles away, but that's literally north to south. So that's the highest point of the mainland, up north to the lowest point. And that's about
we
900
live in a
and something miles.
tiny little island. I mean, compared to the
Mm.
United States, I don't even think we're like a city. It's like Atlanta is bigger than the UK.
Well, Texas is bigger than the UK.
Oh, Texas is like 4
Yeah.
times the UK.
Yeah.
Texas is massive.
I forget how to do this. God damn it. Somebody's trying to boop in. Could be anybody.
Don't worry about it if it's a bomber, just for the lols, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let him in. Let him in, Smokesteve. It's Christmas. You give us all
Yeah.
a present.
Oh, all right. The chat's okay.
Yeah.
Huh?
it's okay.
Chat's good. We've settled that.
Let the bomber in.
Can I get a peace sign or a wave?
Just let him in. It's Christmas.
Do you
Let the
guys
bomber
know
in.
these guys? Ray Wombat and Snuggy Bear?
Oh, they're dodgy as fuck.
Oh, those are good. Those are good dudes.
Good dudes, yeah. Good boys. Yeah.
They're both waving.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
See?
Bring them in. Yeah, that's the classic.
Come
That's the
on.
classic. Ask them to do something that they wouldn't be doing, waving profusely.
How about
Oh,
just
this-
give me the finger? Give me the finger,
I-
like the middle finger.
That's better. That's better, Steve.
All
I
right.
saw this.
All right.
They still
all
could be
I saw this
bombers.
thing-
They still could be
I saw this
bombers, but it's
thing-
a good one. It's a good call.
This thing today that actually. Oh, see, he's real.
Ray,
What are you
what's
being
up?
ridiculous for?
Yeah, he's a real person. Look at this.
Sorry, buddy. We get
It's Christmas. Oh, look.
Hello.
Hey,
How's it
all
going,
right.
everybody?
Do you guys know each other?
Hey.
I thought we don't know each other. I just was just looking around, and I just thought you guys were the Oak Island crew because you guys just look like the Oak Island crew. So I'm very grateful.
Like the treasure hunters from
You
up
wait.
there?
You just stay tuned. This season, we're going to uncover.
Looking in, was that
This
fucking
season.
Discovery show?
Yeah.
I'm in the war room. I'm in the war room right now.
What is your background? Goddamn, that's busy.
That's actually his room. That's not a.
Oh god,
it's not a background.
I'll show you
Oh, damn.
solo him real quick. That's
That is
all this-
amazing.
See, look, it's
Wait,
it's
hiding in a
up.
van? Jeez.
See?
you
It's
running
real.
from the government too?
He actually runs
Oh, nice
NORAD.
jacket.
And
That's
you're
NORAD.
you got a
Yeah.
velour suit.
See, look, there's
That-
the time. Smoke
that
Steve,
is-
so you can figure out the time. See?
Hey,
That is
fit the
brilliant.
pimp on the blimp.
You've been watching
man,
Alex
you talking
Stein.
about Alex Stein?
Yeah.
The
I'm-
amazing
hey.
thing is he's got all these devices there that are all on their own, like individual power. It is, you have a crazy amount of
Hey,
wires.
Ray,
dude.
did anybody tell you you look like
Oh,
Alex
dear.
Jones?
Who's that?
Which
Me?
one? There's a bunch of us. Who looks like
Have to
Alex
be
Jones?
more specific.
Ray.
Yeah.
Ray?
Oh, Ray.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks like Alex Jones.
Really?
Yeah.
That is my father. What am I supposed to do about it?
That's funny, dude. Well done. Well
Come on,
done.
You don't even know. You don't know what my family's been through. I owe $1 trillion to a bunch of people that I didn't even kill.
That is going to ruin your credit score. Right?
Yes, that's
I
definitely.
know, fucking straight bankrupt.
I think you're gonna have problems
They said
taking out a
they might
car.
as well said a bajillion gazillion dollars I owe them stupid fucking parents.
You know what? If you owe
Yes.
$1 billion, I bet your credit score is great.
Well, you can't get blood out of a fucking rock, am I right?
I don't think
Yep.
those people are ever going to see $1 billion out of Alex Jones.
They can't. Like, it's fucking possible, and I'm here to tell you, as a Texan, it ain't happening.
So,
I know.
So what do you think about Ukraine getting more money?
I think it's a fucking travesty, and America is the bitch to fucking whatever liberal left-wing fucking cocksuckery is going on. And we're just going to give our money again and again until we implode.
We are the bitch of the nation now because we got a president that doesn't know where he's at. And he shits on his military so much.
Yeah, we suck dick and fucking pussy. If that's
No.
He
shits in his diaper. Let's get it right. He shits in his diaper on a regular.
Cup of tea is requiring less.
You talking about Biden?
Less swearing,
he
please.
shits in his diaper on a regular.
Oh, less swearing? I apologize.
Oh,
I'm an
sorry,
adult. I'm sorry.
I didn't know this
and I
is
thought we
Christian
could
server.
swear.
I'm just like, I just came in and just
Well,
want to wish everybody Christmas.
Just so you know, Cup of Tea
Merry
has
Christmas.
he's like 7 children sitting right next to him as he's.
Well, I'm looking at the
What the hell? Is he
median age.
starting a
It might not
baseball
be. It
team?
might not be all his, but
Just judging by the median age here, we're looking at about
Jeez.
59 years old.
But he's
so
trying to
I
start
thought
the
we
new
could turn-
UN?
9.
Hey, does
Come on, last
either of
kids,
you
need
two
to
new
get
guys
yourself
know?
out of here. You're bringing
You guys
yourself
know Eric
too high.
Fitz? Either of you? Eric
Oh,
Fitz?
Oh yeah,
I just came through
he's
here.
out.
Eric
I don't
Fitz
know
is
who
my
he is.
cousin, and he's a cocksucker, and he follows me
No,
everywhere
I
I
know.
fucking go on the internet. So
Eric,
please don't let
can you
him
give me the
in.
double
He's a
birds,
piece
Eric?
of shit.
Eric,
He
double
lives in
birds?
Florida,
Double
and he
birds?
sucks dick for a living.
That seems to be
Oh, yeah.
Florida.
So
general.
please, oh goddamn, you let him in. So look
Hey,
at
Eric.
that little bitch ass Christmas
Ray-
tree.
No,
Ray
no,
just
they-
doesn't like me because I live in a better state than him.
Yeah,
they
I-
do
I
look
love
related.
you,
Merry
Sick
Christmas,
me.
Mr. Clean.
Hey, Ray, how cold is it where you are?
It was like 78.
Oh, shit.
You fucking liar, that's what it is here.
I know. I remember that from earlier. I wrote it down in my notepad.
I have to chase this nincompoop down because he's bringing down the family name and reputation all over the internet.
No, he was trying to fuck my sister, and I
Look
tried
how-
to divorce him from the family,
God.
and he keeps chasing me around the internet.
It was a stepsister and she was black. What are you talking about? I'm obviously not from the same blood. Come on.
I know
Alright,
you're
y'all.
obviously from Louisiana.
I mean, you know I've been a fan of Halle Berry since the 90s.
Hey, who has
Nick asks, why are you
Honestly,
so much
hey,
louder than the rest? So let's
all
clear
of
that up.
us? All of us would Halle
Turn your
Berry,
both your
right?
mics
So
down.
it's a clear smash. Can I get an
Rabies.
amen?
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
I think that Eric guy just screams like everything he says. I'm pretty sure.
Well, that's
Oh,
Eric.
no,
That's why
my
he
bad. Am I being loud?
loss.
No,
He's
no,
excited.
it's your
I
mic.
can tell he has hearing loss because he's like he doesn't know where he's at. He's
Well,
disoriented.
that happened when he worked in the strip clubs and they had his booth right next to the speakers, so he cannot hear out of his
Makes
left
sense.
ear, and he does holler a lot. And I apologize.
Well,
for my family.
truthfully, we all know that's Ray's fault because
No,
when
it's
I
not.
when I was 12, you shot me in the ear with a BB gun and busted
Well,
one of my fucking
you shouldn't have
eardrums.
been stealing my fucking blueberry pie, motherfucker. I mean, mother sucker.
Mother
I
trucker.
apologize for cursing on your channel.
You know your mama made that blueberry pie for me.
Shit, Ray, we
Yeah,
gotta go to
but
church now.
She loved me
This
more.
is awesome.
Hair pie?
That it was close to.
My mama told me to get more than a 3-foot fucking Christmas tree to display.
Hey, your mama made me that blueberry pie for my birthday. We all know that.
Hey, we got
And
Santa
you
Claus in
and
the
you
middle
were
right
jealous.
there.
You were childish
know.
and jealous.
Childless.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
we're assuming,
At 13, I was childless. What am
I
If we're
said
doing-
childish.
if we're to assume that dartboard is of regulation height, then yes, That Christmas tree is what, maybe 3 feet, three.
Yeah, I'm a single guy.
Christmas tree.
I'm not gonna have a full size Christmas tree.
Why not?
Oh, I
You gotta
agree.
have a full size Christmas, motherfucker.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm out.
Oh, okay,
Good night.
sorry.
All right.
See you
Merry
later.
Christmas, everyone.
Good
Merry Christmas to you.
Peace.
It was
Oh,
great
we're
talking
not trying
to
to run people. Did we run? I'm not trying to run people off, by the way.
No, it's fine.
I oh my
and
god!
this
I
guy's-
didn't even
This
know that
guy's
guy was
Christmas
alive.
sweater-
He's up.
Him. Who's this?
Last Dance.
Last Dance.
Last
Yeah.
Dance.
That's a fucking ballin' ass sweater, by the way.
Thank you.
Last Dance.
I'm alive.
He's the man.
What is it? Is it?
So where'd you
X's
get
and
the sweater
O's?
from? Your mom?
It's a Christmas sweater.
Actually, my wife got it for me many years ago.
Did you curse her out for it though? At
No,
the
I
same
didn't,
time.
but I only wore it at Christmas, so.
Okay.
It's
I-
his
Man,
wear one day a year sweater. You know what I mean? One day a year.
I'm looking at the StreamYards and I see all the way to the left. It looks like two versions of one guy. The guy on the bottom doesn't have a job, and the guy on the top does have a job.
Oh shit.
I don't get
It's
it.
all good. What is this guy over? Wait a minute.
Oh,
Wait a minute. I got a question. What does he do?
Smokesteve. I'm saying you look like a moderately successful adult, but the guy below you looks the same, but not. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. He looks good. He looks like he's winning on me. To me, he's got a shirt with a nice graphic on it.
Yeah,
he
but
was
his
just
name-
laying. He was just laying down in a bed a second ago.
That's fucking. His name is Snuggy
Oh,
Bear.
you ran him off.
Oh,
You ran
Snuggy
him
Bear's
off.
gone.
Oh, you ran off Snuggy Bear, man.
Yeah, he was
You
laying
guys
down
are
in his
awful.
bed in his own cabin, Chris.
I
So
know.
He,
that's
see.
he
pretty
got
cool.
tired.
You guys
Come back,
ran off
Snuggy
half.
Bear.
You guys
He-
ran off half the people in here.
He needs to go back to bed. That's why he was just there.
Look who's
Okay,
back.
well,
Guess
what,
who's
what
back?
are we supposed
Guess
to do?
who's back? Guess who's back?
Wow, that was weird.
Do y'all do
The-
current
the-
events or what?
Sure,
what are we
sometimes.
talking about?
Absolutely.
Oh fuck! I gotta look up current events.
Yeah, I used to have clips, but I kind of slacked on this one, so we don't have any.
Do you have a?
I got a
prep
clip
bag?
from eight years ago. What?
Do you have a Discord?
Yeah, not mine, but Aphid, the guy who's
Okay,
too
can you
black-
drop a link for us
Sure, I can because
or for me?
hold on, give me a
Put it in
the
the back
chat.
chat.
Put it in the front chat.
Put it in the
Hey,
front chat.
What's the front chat?
Don't put it in
I'll
the
put
back
it-
door. It'd
Oh,
make
in
you weird.
the StreamYard chat.
Hey,
You're gonna put it.
Lucas,
I'll put it in
can
the
you
back
all-
chat.
Lucas, can
the
you
front
Hey.
chat, I'll
double
put it in
P
all the
signs?
chats.
All
Hey,
right.
MC Grandex, how was it like working with Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse?
You're muted, bro.
You're muted, dude.
You're
You're muted.
Hold on, let me unmute
I mean,
him.
shit, you got to work with Patrick Swayze and Kurt Russell. Tombstone was awesome, dude. I have to give you
It
props
was.
for that.
That was
I
a
can't-
legendary movie.
He muted himself. You're muted,
Yeah,
bro.
you muted yourself. Sir. At
Come
the
on.
bottom.
This is
Bottom left.
torture.
Does
Just-
he do sign language?
Just
There
do
we go.
sign.
Oh, there
Just-
he is.
I'm
Just
back.
do sign language for mustache.
Well,
I
if
think-
you
I
want to
think
know
he's-
about the Roadhouse, I'll kick your ass too. I'll take you down, big boy. I know I can.
That was you were literally.
I'm
like
not
Forrest
saying you
Gump
couldn't.
there, dude. You were a
Dude.
Forrest Gump with the sound shut off.
Dude,
know,
you
I know.
you have a way better mustache than me, sir.
Hey,
Thank
you
you.
know what?
Thank
You
I can only hope to grow a mustache like that one day.
I want you to know if you want to make it in this world, you have to buy fake Newtons.
Oh
These
man,
baby-
okay.
They will carry you.
Absolutely
They will carry you.
not.
Good
That's
advice.
Fucking Jewish trickery right there.
Well, truthfully, I thought it was a box of what is it?
Yeah,
Werther's.
Eric, you're loud.
Wor-
Can you
Werther's
Eric, can you turn yours
originals.
down? Eric, can you turn?
All right,
your feet
let me
down?
check it.
Or
Or
just stop
back off
yelling
of
and
the mic.
screaming into the microphone.
Oh, goddamn, Eric! Quit screaming in the
Eric.
microphone.
All right,
Get some
so
hearing aids, you old bastard.
on the private chat, there's the Discord, guys.
Oh, okay, I got it.
All right, there you go.
Do you do show prep in this?
Do you guys, you guys remember Live Leak?
Yeah, it's kind of
a live
boring
leak.
as fuck.
No, what is that?
That was a website from maybe 4 or 5 years ago to about 15 years ago. That was all the like gore and crazy fucking shit that went on around the world.
Oh, no
that was,
way.
Yeah, it was kind of badass.
Is that the shit they wouldn't show on TV, like the
Oh,
real shit?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
and it was awesome. But then it got really boring after a while because it was the same shit over and over.
Is that like the Fappening when I got to see Jennifer Lawrence's
no,
butthole
no,
and
they
everything?
didn't feature that. Although we all remember the Fappening. I mean, come on. But no, that was a place where kind of all of us dudes here, like, sort of came from to get to this place. It's been years since Live Leak was around.
Well, I'm
so you like
join
beheadings
right now?
Beheadings were there, yeah. No, I didn't.
No, I said, do you like beheadings? That's why you used to watch it.
No, there was a lot more to it than that, and that's
new
what a
guy
lot
in
of
here?
people thought Live Leak was beheadings. But it created these like communities that people didn't
Lucas,
even
you're
know
muted.
about.
We can't hear you. Your mouth is moving.
Me?
No, the Lucas guy. His mouth's moving, but we don't hear him.
Okay.
No,
Anyways,
you're muted.
he's got to fix his mic a little bit. He's having issues.
Look at that
He's
mic.
No, we can't hear you, buddy. We can't.
Man,
hear
he
you.
looks like a professional.
He looks like
He's
a
got a good
fucking
setup there.
Yeti. What are you talking about?
I think he's got too many
Retard.
buttons to push, though.
Aside from the beard and the sailing fan, he looks like a professional. I'm just kidding.
Hey, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but top right. How much electricity does it take to run all those screens?
A
I
fuck.
don't know.
They're all
don't know.
milliamps, dude. Which a 1,000th of an
And they're all
amp,
like
so.
old phones that nobody wanted, and tablets and stuff. Well, there's some TVs.
Are you married?
And VCRs. who would marry a guy like me?
One of those monitors
Seriously.
is his wife.
I mean, I talk to her regularly.
It's kind of sad.
Is that like
No,
the
he
one?
probably has that. He
Is
probably
that-
has
kidding
those
me?
virtual, what you call it, girlfriend things that you find on the internet.
Is that like the ones you
You
watch
should- you should- You should see
ASMR
what's on
on?
this side of the camera.
Do you have a stand-in suck?
Hello?
What?
Hello?
Hello? Who the
Hello?
fuck is that?
Oh, we can
That's
hear you.
Oh,
Lucas.
now I hear the guy on the bottom.
Ah,
Oh,
I
is that
figured
Luke?
it the fuck out.
who? Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
Good job,
man.
Lucas.
A stand-in
Yeah.
suck. Great.
He's from
I'm in
Alabama,
here.
so
I'm in
so
here. Look at this
be
guy's
careful what
fucking
you say
set.
to him. He
I'm
gets
not that
upset.
fucking professional. Not like this guy up here in the corner, man. Look at all them screens.
Yeah, no, he looks like he could take
My-
on like the next
My
cyber
background
war.
is
I thought that was.
That's a nice
Interesting
set,
tonight.
man.
That's
Yeah,
Eric,
thought it was
who's
an
that
overlay,
guy
like a
that fucking
background.
has all the
Yeah.
screens that hates Nightwave? God damn.
Pod
I can't-
awful.
You look like Pod Awful.
Do you guys
Have you
know,
ever heard
like,
of
Ghost
Pod
of
Awful?
Christmas or Spirit? Like, are these your people?
Christmas Spirit?
I
What?
think,
Isn't
it's,
that
I
a
think it's
movie?
just
What?
there's people that are looking for something to look at tonight, Smokesteve, and you're gonna get them.
I'm bored
think
and
that's what-
drunk.
You
That's
want
what's
something to
going on.
look at? Like
No,
my
Go ask-
titties?
Go ask
You
some
ain't
ex-
getting my
go
titties
ask
for
some-
free, but maybe you might get them.
Oh,
Hey,
God.
go ask
You
Eric's
can't have 'em.
ex-wife. He probably has titties. She has them.
What kind of books do y'all read?
Hey, Snuggy Bear. You shouldn't talk about my ex-wife. That's kind of racial.
That's terrible.
You know,
Ray
I'll
and
read
Eric,
books.
what part of the United States are you guys from?
I'm
me,
from
East Coast.
I'm from the beautiful free South Florida.
Hey, man.
Love Florida.
South
Love Florida.
Yep.
And Ray, where'd you say you were?
I'm from Tejas.
Oh, that's
Texas.
right. You said Texas. Lucas, where are you from?
Northern Florida.
The shitty
Really?
part.
Another
Yeah,
Shitty,
yeah,
the real
yeah.
shitty part. Panama
We
City.
got
another.
He's
Super
he's
shit.
like
Just
Good
he-
fishing,
he-
though.
a
Good
fucking
fishing.
shithole.
what
He's
about
got,
you,
like-
Steve Bear? Where are you from?
New York. The shit
Have
part
y'all
of New
ever
York.
read this book though?
What is it? I can't see it.
The
Oh, it's-
International Jew Volume 3.
3 and 4.
Is it
I'm
is it
still on volume
anti-Semitic? It sounds anti-Semitic.
Oh,
No, it's
hey.
no.
Do you know who Henry Ford is?
It's more of just a history book.
The greatest American of our generation, maybe.
I
Well,
think he
you
was a
know,
little
do you
bit
like
before my time.
Fords? You Ford man?
Nah,
I'm an
Ford has
old
a bit-
soul. You could call me an old soul. I also found this hilarious. Before it got banned, they had George Floyd creepypastas. It's hilarious. But you can't get it anymore. It's kind of sad. Y'all want me to read you some to you?
No, I don't know. This sounds
Okay.
Probably not. We end up getting our channel banned.
Yeah.
No. I don't want to do that. No. I might have another
like the
one.
N
Damn
word
it,
in
Ray.
it.
What's up with you tonight?
So you got the
What?
N word in it.
I have not said the N word. Whoever's talking to me.
No, I was asking about that.
No, he was asking if it had the N word in it because he wanted to know if it's child friendly.
No, this is a very interesting fucking book. It turned my life upside down in a sense.
That's sad.
In what sense?
Is it sad more than the Bible has told you to fuck yourself into oblivion for no
Hey,
fucking
calm
reason?
down with the curse words, Ray.
Whoa, calm down,
Easy,
Ray.
man. Like this is a family program, I think.
Yeah,
not a
but
family
I
program.
brought up
I'm
one
smoking
simple
cannabis
thing.
over here. It's not for families.
Hey, that's a plant, brother. That comes from God.
Yeah.
G-O-D.
not God.
Is that the original G-O-D?
Mhm.
But no, have you heard about
God.
what these people
From
do
BC?
to us
No.
and what they consider us goyim to be?
Goyim.
No, that's a real thing that is ingrained in every Jewish person since birth.
Yeah,
Have you
everyone that's not a
you
Jew,
don't
they're goy,
understand
and they're allowed
they
to abuse
think
us
about
and
us.
shit.
They think of us as
Are you
cattle.
sure about that? How do you know that?
Well, actually,
I know that because I have a
What the
bank
fuck you
account,
talking about?
motherfucker. Hey, do any of you have a bank account?
I think so.
Exactly. And how much
Jewish
do you get
bank.
fucked on your interest rates?
Ooh, I don't know.
Who was it that came up with interest rates?
Oh,
That was
guess
George
what? I have a
Washington
book
after
that tells you
the
where
freaking
the interest rates come
Revolutionary War because we couldn't survive on freaking money.
Actually, I just saw a comedy special starring a Jewish comedian, Ari
comedy?
Shafir, and he told me that goyim was actually the only racial term that encompasses everybody because the Jewish people look down on everybody and consider them all
cattle.
That was a Jewish comedian saying that, not me. That was a Jewish comedian.
That's anybody who's not a Jew is a goyim.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, correct.
Yes.
But do you think that is fair?
Well, I think you're an absolute fucking lunatic, personally.
Yeah, Ray,
But-
definitely.
Explain
You're
to
not
me
wrong.
why
but, I mean,
somebody
you got
that
a
hates
point.
me to a core in their fucking religion.
I don't hate you.
And
I don't think anybody else
No,
hates you.
I know
I
you
think
don't.
you're full of hate, buddy. You need
Ray,
to
you don't
calm
know what you're
down.
talking about.
Calm
You
down.
have no
Drink
idea
some
what
grape
you're talking
Kool-Aid.
about.
I don't.
relax.
Enlighten me.
No,
Enlighten
I'm
me.
with you guys, but hold
Of
on.
the
It's hateful
15
just to like
fucking
question
churches
them.
I've went to, I have to worship the fucking Jew for some reason. Please explain to me
That is true.
why that
I
has
agree
to
with
happen.
that
Well,
one.
guess what?
No.
Nobody says you have to worship anything you
Yeah, I
don't
don't
want
Yes,
care
to.
who
they
you
do.
worship.
Every
No,
fucking
they
church
don't.
I've been to.
And-
Ray,
No,
Ray,
this
Ray,
is
Ray.
serious.
Start your
Ray,
own
you're
church.
going to the too far in the deep end, buddy.
Ray,
You-
I think
you're right.
Okay,
Ray,
okay, I'm
you're
sorry.
getting to a point where I can't continue with this.
Yeah,
Fuck.
yeah. I
Okay,
mean, he kind of has a little bit of a point because it's called Judeo Christianity instead of Christianity Judaism.
So you got to re-say that.
Hey,
feel
Ray, I
like
got
they
to
did
tell you
that
something.
kinda-
I'm in Florida, dude. I'm a Florida native.
Fuck
And
yeah! Free
yeah.
There's a
Florida.
lot of Jews in
And
Florida.
you
too.
know what? I hate the Santes. And you guys are a bunch of fucking lunatics, man. You got to straighten your shit out. Got to be like an old Southern
What
Democrat.
does that mean, sir?
Don't
Yeah,
pull me
no,
in with
what's-
Mr.
What does that
Wombat.
mean?
no,
I
what's
have
that mean,
to get
sir?
in line.
I don't
with
want to roll
Jewish
in with that
ideology?
either.
With the
man.
fuse.
Yeah.
But what? No, what does that mean? You're telling me to get in line with your ideology, and that I should fucking give money to a fucking first world nation in the
hold on, right?
Hold on. The Middle East.
Let's see what.
I'm not telling you to give money to anybody, buddy.
No, we have to. We have to because our government sends $3.8 billion every year.
Yeah,
I don't understand it. That's our tax money.
Why? And then they don't want to say anything after. And then they don't want to say anything after we do it for them. It's like,
Ray's a little out of hand with the language. I'll give you that, but he's making some decent points, and I don't see how.
No, it comes down.
I don't see how we're fucking hateful or anything for asking questions.
They're
about
taking our money out of our fucking pockets by
group of people
to give to another.
It's just odd that you can't ever question them.
You know what I mean? No, you know what's funny? It's not odd at all. Here's what I suspect. This is an absolute ambush.
No.
I don't all you guys show up here.
No, it's not.
It's called cowardly backing down to the people that don't want to do it themselves, but they want everybody else to do it for them.
And I bet you don't even know that. You've never questioned it your entire life.
I'm gonna
bring You've never questioned it.
Hey, I grew up around the government so much.
He's from New York. What happened?
But honestly, like these are good questions. I'm just trying to like understand it. Like,
no, you're not.
All right. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think those guys were here to push an agenda.
I think they were. The three of them were a team. I'm not sure about Snuggy Bear.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just a bit much, you know. We're kind of winding down here.
Merry Christmas, Steve.
You know, so I don't want to piss anybody off, but we're trying to just keep it clean here. We're having a light discussion. We like to have a little bit of intensity, but we're not trying to attack anybody, right? That's our bottom line.
Yep.
We're peaceful people, you know?
Yep.
We have discord, we have disagreements, but, you know.
Well, I'm sorry that happened. That kind of ruined what was a very interesting stream up to that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what am I going to do? You got to manage it, right?
Amy, you take care.
Dude, you did what you had to do. You actually brought them in. We engaged them, and we showed the world who's out there.
Well, it's the nature of a public channel like this.
That was a bit of an ambush, though.
That's okay. They had their say. They weren't really very convincing, were they?
No.
I mean, they mainly wanted to, show the little book.
Like that. The sad thing is they're all from Florida, and that really terrorizes me, man.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm going to bring Lucas back on because
there he is.
He hung around.
Yeah, man.
He was kind of chilling and waving and stuff, so maybe he had a different.
But I don't understand how I'm ambushing anyone. I was just
I'm not saying you were there, Lucas.
I am.
Well, you're saying I'm like working as a part of some fucking team. I'm just asking questions.
No, you're not. You're part of that. You guys are a team working together.
Okay, working together for what?
To promote these anti-Semitic.
Promote
books.
What, dude? How? Honestly, like they're honest questions.
No,
it's a thing that anyone is like beyond reproach.
Nobody's beyond reproach, and nobody's.
Well, apparently, like Jews are, because
aren't.
You're just saying that, like, even mentioning them as anti-Semitic, like that's just crazy.
No, that's
like
not
we're
what
all
you're
grown
doing.
ass men here. Like you should be able to use fucking logical thought.
We're here. It's
I'm a Christian, dude. Like I don't understand.
Great.
Like,
so what?
We have no obligation to fucking any other religion. Like I don't understand this. So I mean, I would honestly like to hear McGrandix or whatever your name is, sir. I'd like to hear like what actually you're thinking is going on right now. Like I don't like what problem is this?
All right, I'll tell you what it is. it's a bunch of good old boys who are misinformed and don't know what the fuck is going on, and they're espousing a bunch of fucking shit that's like excuse me, they're regurgitating a lot of things they hear that don't make much sense.
But what exactly? I'm pretty well read on the issue. Like, what exactly?
What issue?
Well, I mean, what it comes down to is
as to relations with Jewish people.
What it comes down to is I have friends who are Jewish, and
so do I.
I can't really stand by and like be, this has my
some of my best friends are Jewish, and they understand what I'm saying. They agree with me.
Think about what I would be endorsing by showing things on this channel. So if something is something that I don't agree with at my core,
listen, there's nothing that I'm gonna say that isn't easily verifiable on a Google search, man.
All right, so Lucas, here's what it comes down to. It's not about being Jewish or anything else. It's all about being like espousing the same old rhetoric that we hear forever and ever.
Okay,
that's
but what rhetoric?
Obviously biased.
But
so
wait,
what
rhetoric?
What the rhetoric is the Jews. Why are they even coming up? Because it's all about humanity.
Do you understand like my point?
It doesn't matter if you're Jewish or you're
how
Christian
up in arms you
or
are just by mentioning them.
No,
I haven't said anything derogatory or anything like that.
I'm willing to stay silent right now because I tried to respond to you. So go ahead.
No, I really want to hear like what actual point was anti-Semitic.
You were basically saying they had influence on all these negative events because they were involved.
Here's do you understand the thing, like what nepotism is?
Of course I do.
Do you understand what nepotism is?
Yes.
I think we all.
Okay. Do you think that it's not possible for that to happen in Jewish ethnic? Like that's not possible for them to ever do that?
Well, I think it's
I don't understand how one group
if you were
of people,
an Indian or if you were a Muslim or if you were a
I don't understand
Japanese,
how one group of people was completely beyond
Buddhist
reproach.
or anything else. Nepotism is possible. I agree with that. Yeah, that's possible.
Okay, so what am I doing or saying that's fucking untrue or anti-Semitic? And I will address that point.
So you have a problem with private companies hiring people that they think would work good for their companies, but that they might have a clear connection to.
No, here's the thing.
So they might both be Jewish, but that means that's going to perpetuate, say, some of these older companies that people like to pick out.
Here's the thing,
the Rothschild.
There's nepotism, obviously. So you get all these guys in there that are Jewish, okay, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the race or religion or color.
All those guys are getting in there.
Let's just take a group of people. I'm not putting any kind of identity on them. We're going to take this group of people, and they engage in nepotism, right? And they get a bunch of fucking people around them, their friends, their family, everyone. This
you know who
group
they
of
are.
people that I'm trying to make an example of, sir.
Last Dance, you know who they are.
All of them.
Just kind of open your mind for a second, man. They do all this nepotism, so they all have they're all one like-minded group of people, right? Because through nepotism, they've hired and moved everyone around them in positions that think the same way that they do, correct?
No way. You're out of your mind, dude.
What are you talking about? So listen, like
you asked me if it was correct, and I'm
right.
But
but if you're my brother, and
I'm not your brother,
we feel it. All right, well then fuck you. Like,
no, why?
If my family, if I hire all my fucking family, all my friends, I know all my family and friends think like I do. They have the same morals, they have the same values, they have the same culture as I do, right? How is that so fucking hard to believe?
It's not, and you're a good guy, and thanks for being here, my friend.
No. I want to actually make my point because I just give me a second here. So in the Jewish faith, everyone that is not a Jew is goyim. All right, we are below human.
That's false.
Please show me where.
I don't.
Just
I don't
Google
have to show
it.
you where. I
Just
know it for a
Google
fact.
it. Do me the
have to
favor
Google it.
and Google
Google
goyim.
it.
You
Tell
don't
this
know
guy
what
to
you're
Google
talking
it.
about.
We're on the fucking internet right now.
You
Yeah,
don't
It's not
know
like I'm
what
at a
you're
bar trying to
talking about.
bullshit you. Even then, I just pull up the fucking
a
same Google
Gentile,
search.
You don't know
goyim,
what you're talking
it's
about.
no different than a Christian calling a Jew a Hebe or any other thing.
Everyone that is not
derogatory
a Jew is fucking
terminology.
goy, bro.
Dude.
So you're less than human. You don't mean shit. You're
Oh
as
my God.
important as a
Hypersensitive.
roach under their fucking
Hypersensitive.
foot.
See, you
Little
don't know
hypersensitive,
what
aren't
you're
you?
talking
You're
about.
the one that's
the thing.
hypersensitive,
You
saying,
don't-
"Oh, everything's anti-Semitic and shit." When I'm making very valid, calm points that fucking
I'm not saying
you could take
anything's
2 seconds
anti-Semitic.
right now
You're not
and
making
Google.
any points at all. You're just
And Google-
regurgitating.
you're on
something
Google.
You read somewhere else. You don't actually know any of this stuff.
You're on the fucking internet and you just want to be right. Like I don't understand this.
Dude,
I don't
let me ask you
understand how
something.
you can be so fucking offended, but you don't understand how
wait,
you're offended.
Lucas, I'm
you
very
can't explain
interested in
how
you.
you're offended.
No, I'm not offended at all, Lucas. I'm really interested in you. Are you you're in northern Florida?
Happy Christmas, Cup.
Yeah.
So whereabouts? Ocala. Where?
I already told you, Panama City.
You said Panama City.
Give me a county. Come on, man. You up
Wherever
there by the
Panama
border
City
with
is.
Georgia? I bet you're probably
Bay
around
County. It's the whole fucking city.
No, Alachua?
Panama City.
Oh, Panama City. Okay, you're a Panhandle boy.
He's
You're right up there, man. You're on the.
You see what I'm saying? Like
you're
I'm sure
Southern
some of you
Georgia,
guys
dude.
are like actually.
Wait, but here's the cool
sound
thing.
mind right now. To
That
fucking
is
actually
wait,
talk.
Lucas.
County.
Wait,
County. Bay.
Lucas. You don't have a Southern accent, dude. Are you from there originally?
Nigga, are you? You don't have a Southern accent.
I'm from Fort
What
Lauderdale,
is
dude.
a
Born and
Southern
raised.
accent?
I'm from Fort Lauderdale.
Am I supposed to do that,
dude?
Is that
where
what a
you
Southern
from?
accent is?
Where you from? You're not
fucking tell
You're
me.
not from Panama City. Where you from?
Where you from?
I'm from Fort Lauderdale.
Oh shit. Okay.
So where you from? Originally, not Panama. You're in Panama City now, but you're not from Panama City.
Yeah, Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah,
What-
fuck you. But I don't
what-
have a Southern accent.
Wait,
You're
North
retarded,
Carolina.
dude. Yeah. No
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, like close.
Anyway,
Far- Wait, no.
enough
something's
about
going on
me.
here.
Let's
Outer
talk
Banks?
about
You're
you.
an Outer Banks guy.
No.
I love
He's-
the Outer Banks.
He's
No,
up
I work for
he's
a
up
living.
around Washington. I think you're a college educated guy. I think you're from fucking Northern Virginia. It's actually.
Hey, McGran, can I talk to him?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you say you didn't know anything about the Roy Wombat and Eric. You don't know
Dude,
them.
I don't understand how all of you are just deflecting off the fucking subject. I don't
No, I
get
just want
this.
you want people to answer your
But
questions, so I want you to
y'all
answer
are
my
just-
questions.
Y'all
Are you
just trying
saying
to
you
dig
didn't know
around
them?
the fucking primitive? Like this is bullshit.
Because you said that, but I know you're lying. You did know them.
Bro, what
You're
fucking
lying.
difference does it make?
So,
What
how-
fucking
Why
difference
should
does
we
it
believe
make?
you if you start out with a lie? If
Dude.
everything your premise is on is a lie.
I'm telling you, Google the shit. You're
You
on
guys-
the internet,
in fact,
and tell
you
me if I'm
guys
wrong.
You guys know
You
each
should be able
other.
to Google it right now, and then tell me I'm a liar.
You are a liar.
So
I know
Google
you
it
are.
and tell me I'm a liar.
You're a liar. I don't have to Google it. I'm smarter than you are. I know these things already.
You're smarter than I am.
Yeah, that's right. I figured out that you three were together, and you deny it.
You're retarded, bro.
Oh, well, you wish you could be as retarded as me.
That just sounds gay. Like, do you guys honestly want to figure out what the fuck is going on, or you just want to feel like you're fucking pseudo intellectuals and cool? Because I don't understand the point of all this. Like, I don't even understand what the fuck is going on.
I want you to admit that
You
you
just
and
want
Roy
to
Wambach
go
and
back
Eric
into your
were
home,
all
pretend
a
everything's
group
okay,
together.
and like we're not being fucking ran by a certain group of people. that's
I want to
very
admit that you're
easily
working
fucking
together.
proven by a Google search, and you're on the fucking internet. There's
Yeah.
no fucking reason why you can't put in your little search bar, who invented interest rates? You know what I mean? Fucking, what is a goyim? Fucking, these are simple little things that don't take any fucking knowledge.
I mean, Lucas,
it just takes words in a fucking Google.
Yeah, but I know,
you want to
you
sit here and tell me that I'm fucking retarded? You guys are fucking retarded, and this is why we're in this fucking predicament that we're in. It's because you fucking boomers
I'm not in a
just wanted to
predicament.
fucking kick the goddamn can down the fucking road.
I'm not in a predicament.
Fuck
You're in
all
a
of you.
predicament.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what predicament?
You're
are
in
we
the
here?
predicament.
Fuck off. Are you? I'm sorry. Are you an American or are you not?
You are
Oh, we're not
trapped.
American
You
now.
are
Oh,
trapped
okay.
in your diseased brain, and you can't get out.
How is my brain disease? Please,
I've explained it already.
please say anything. God damn.
Well, what we
Google.
don't want here is
Google.
to
What
be,
is a goyim?
What we don't want to be is just reading. Hold on. What we don't want is to just be reading things off Google and taking them as like that's everything you're going to believe is what you Google search, and then that's what you find.
Yeah, you're all fucking retarded, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Well,
What a shame.
at least
What
we
a
got
shame,
13
Lucas.
chromosomes.
No,
if
I mean,
Lucas could get that passionate about something. Lucas could get passionate about something that actually
and I'm going
mattered.
to tell you the
It's
truth.
a shame.
Lucas comes back, I'll have Lucas on again, gladly.
Lucas.
You know what? That was like that was a breakthrough.
Lucas, I appreciate you being on here.
Steve,
Lucas, look,
that was
hold
a
on,
breakthrough
McGrady.
moment for you, buddy. That was
Look,
that
hold
whole
on,
experience was like awesome for you.
Hold on, McGrady. Look, Lucas, that was great. You were here. You debated us, and that was awesome. And I would gladly think about having you and all of your.
I'd think about it too.
They're all three
your
still
crew
here.
back.
Oh, that's a shame. You guys, come on. It's Christmas. You got to be going off on the Jews? Seriously? It's Christmas time.
Wait,
And we should all be thankful for God gave his only son, you know, to give gifts from Santa Claus.
They read it. I mean, they did a Google search, so they know.
You know,
Actually,
the truth is, I really do want to welcome new people here.
Yeah.
I just want to welcome people and say,
look.
hey, people, come on in.
Look, we all know that
And then
Smokesteve
whatever happens.
Smokesteve has a strong policy where you can only mention Goyim 10 times. And they far went past 10 times.
Maybe 20. Maybe 20. I'm not sure. I gave a lot of chances for people.
Hey, it's a lot easier to say that than Schwarzer 10 times.
It's a shame. That's all you had to do last chance was Google Goyim. That's it. And you didn't do it.
I'm pretty sure I know what that word means, but you're right. If I don't Google it, it doesn't count.
That's all you had to do.
All I had to do
and you
was
wouldn't
Google
do it.
And then I would be the truth would come shining.
Steve, I got to tell you,
the internet.
That was a wonderful experience, guys. Yeah, Aphid, you have to admit that was like refreshing. It was like the blood was pouring. It was like the cold weather you guys are going through. You know, that was like really well timed. But I think it was somewhat set you up, Steve. That was weird. It was like they all appeared at once. You know.
You know what?
Let's talk about something.
It got our viewership up. They were offensive.
That's all that matters.
They might get us
That's all that
canceled,
matters.
but they got our viewership up, baby. No, really. I mean, it's fine.
But you know, it's obvious. It's obvious that like the overwhelming majority of their brain cells are spent on how the Jews are just screwing us, and there's so much more to life than that.
It's
I know. You know, it's absolutely embarrassing and pitiful that the younger people think that way. It's like
I don't look.
It's an
I don't have a
old,
problem if
worn
you
out
think that
shoe.
like Jews screw
That
us
whole
over. You
that
know?
whole Jew thing.
We
is
all got
like,
a little bit of the Jews screw us over gene in us. But
it's
to
like
focus
it's
your
so
entire
They're
life
gonna
on
welcome the
the
back
Jews
with
screw
it's
us
so
open
over.
overdone. It's so overdone.
Come on,
I
man,
just
boys.
sick of it. It's fucking. It's so pitiful.
I think
That's
they
what my
had it in them
life's
to
gonna
be to fly under the radar. They were close to being not offensive, but they were just offensive enough to be offensive. But
This dog
they
and
could
pony
just-
show.
They could
It was
just
not the
shave a
first.
few things off. Take an offensive planer and be like, we'll just shave off a little there, like
damn it.
dull the edges off of like as if it was a butcher block. You just get below the level of offensive. Then we can have a conversation without singling out individual groups.
Well,
mainly the Jews. So let's avoid that whole thing.
I'm going to do the opposite of those guys, and I'm going to say those guys actually live in rural Florida, so you have a bunch of you don't have much going around, not many major highways, and you got the church and you got
the highways.
You got some
we're
local
gonna have
businesses.
a tribal Florida
and
fight.
no,
With
and then
Brandy
you got
up in the
you
high
got
tower throwing fucking
you got-
spears down
no,
at the
you-
belowlanders coming in.
no, not at all. What you have is a different culture, and guess who's there?
Look, but Grande, I hate to say it,
the
but
KKK's walking everywhere, buddy.
Jesus,
especially
as the
around
hoods
there.
and everything.
Well,
you're
actually,
being- you're being
they might
unfair
not
to
be
rural people.
KKK today.
You're
They
right.
might actually be rural Republican representatives from those particular counties those rednecks are living in. But they're all the same, and that's where the shit comes from. That insane rhetoric.
Well, I
Anti-Jew.
could see there being a good market for a KKK hood with like a nice venting, maybe possibly some screens, just to let that breeze blow through.
Well, or you can go visit him during the day, and he's working at the car dealer, or he's a member of the local government, because that's what's
Grande,
going on.
Grande,
That's what's coming down.
You are far outnumbered when it comes to Florida. That's one thing that the last election proved to all of us.
Oh yeah, dude, I've come from the minority to be in
you're
the majority to be in the minority.
The extreme minority right now.
Yeah. But hey, I persevere. I endure to persevere. That was from Outlaw Josie Wales.
Smokesteve wife, come up spitting the knowledge.
Yeah, small-minded ignorance. Very well stated.
You know what, Steve?
It's Christmas
I think
time.
your
Come
wife
on, man.
is
Where's the
very
Christmas
smart.
cheer? These guys come in here ripping on the Jews. It's Christmas time.
Right.
Come on. It's
Do you know whose
Santa
birthday
and
was
presents.
today? I believe famous rock star from Seattle. Often sings in words that no one knows.
Enlighten us.
I'm still no closer to the answer to this.
That's
Smokesteve.
the Pearl Jam guy, Eddie Vedder.
Oh, Eddie
Bingo.
Vedder.
Bingo. Yep.
Never a fan of Eddie.
Wow. He can actually sing compared to all that other trash that you listened
I didn't
to.
like any of the. I especially didn't the one.
The fucking
I think he-
Descendants. The guy's like, hey, yelling. And
What's the Black Hole Sun guy? What's that guy's name?
Chris Cornell.
Yeah. Eddie Vedder was ton. I didn't care for that guy singing at all, and I know a lot of people. I know that puts me in a bad place because a lot of people think that guy's great, but he was almost as overrated as the Boss. What's that guy's name?
Bruce
Springsteen.
Bruce Springsteen. Oh,
Those
come on,
two-
man.
those
The
two
Boss rocks, dude.
Suck,
You know,
man.
I
As
mean,
far as
have
I'm
you ever
concerned.
heard Chris Cornell do like
I
Nothing
can't get over
Compares
the
to You?
voice is the same in all the songs he sings. It's like that same
Right.
screeching voice, and I just can't get past it. I don't
He's
like it.
yelling or singing. It's I guess
Yeah,
I don't know. I like his voice.
his yelling, I guess, is what I have the biggest problem with.
It's that yell.
Yeah,
Because when he can sing in tune, but then in like either the chorus,
like Black Hole
or-
Sun's cool. I like that song. Now that
It's
I'm
all
thinking
right.
about it.
Aphid Lip likes punk music and
Yeah.
post-punk.
I think "Fell on Black Days" is a much better song.
I like out of everybody that goes on to and I probably said this before, but I'll say it again. Out of everybody that requests music on Random Goons program, I enjoy Last Dance's selections the most. And they almost, I shouldn't say they almost always, because I've there's a not a pattern, but I can tell that it wasn't what I originally would have thought. Perry Cuomo or something. But his choice of music is much more to my liking than I would have originally.
He's got a vast knowledge.
What the fuck is wrong with Perry Como?
I've only stumped him with a few songs. I stumped Last Dance with a cult song.
I don't know a lot of music.
But you do sometimes, like, I don't know, a lot of weird music. It's like
yeah, like it's a little different than I would have expected. I enjoy your music selection for sure.
Oh no, what did you do? Just spill a beer on your computer?
My keyboard.
No,
I'm cool. I'm cool.
Keyboards are cheap anyways.
No, I'm not going to do that.
I got a dozen of them back behind me.
I heard the slam too. Poor bastard. Now I'm all paranoid looking at
Every time my power goes off, I have to reset like a dozen things back here. And I'm just like, it keeps going off and I just keep doing it. I'm like, this will be the last time for sure.
You know what the good thing about this, guys, is experience. You'll learn not to panic.
Yes, panic.
And turn your keyboard upside down. I'll be back.
That keyboard is going to short out before the evening is done.
Yeah, as we talked about Lane Staley last week on the Pub with Topple, he explained to me that when I was talking about the Alice in Chains Unplugged, Lane Staley was like 90 pounds at that.
Oh, was he? I don't even remember that.
It was like near death. I mean,
God.
He does the Rooster, he does Wood, and he just sounds
does he do them good, or does he sound
incredible? Incredible.
Really?
But he stands there like a statue. He doesn't move. He's got shades pinned.
Right.
He's just fucking motionless, like a 90-pound puppet, dude. Shoulders are very small. Body looks gaunt. Face looks gaunt. Yeah, he was dying. He was doing so much drugs then. But like they do the Rooster and Jerry Cantrell. I think that song's about his father. It's like he was a Vietnam veteran, and he carried the M60, and it's a great tune, and he does it so well. Walking tall, machine gun man.
Where's Top when you're?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Top told me all this. He told us all this. We're probably rehashing the same shit we do every fucking.
Right. That's all right, man. That's what's great, man. Like when I get around my friends, we tell the same fucking old stories that we've told them a billion times. That's the best.
Exactly.
That's the best. Oh, I got a big. We're going skating. I haven't skated much lately, and we're doing our big skate Christmas fest that I always throw together every year. Come Tuesday night, so it's gonna be. It's wish me luck. Hopefully, I don't break a leg. Literally.
What are you going for? Like 360 flip over the gap?
Yeah, right. Yeah, when we're all over 50, that's the
right.
Just as many turns and twists in the air as possible, right?
Oh man, I wonder how long you gonna do this. You gotta
I'll do it. I will do it until I can't do it no more. Because this is a lot of us have not got together much in the past 2 years because of COVID, and at our age, we're getting to the point where we can't fucking do this shit anymore.
Yeah.
So there's definitely I haven't had one of these. Every Christmas I used to throw together these things, and there's this group in St. Louis called the Old Man Skate Cartel that all us old skaters that grew up together are members of, and this me doing it this year, I can tell has sparked an interest. So I think it's going to be a really eventful night with a bunch of just completely fucking old people that should not be on a skateboarding on a ramp, and it's going to be
You're gonna
awesome.
You're
It's
gonna
gonna be
love it.
awesome.
You're all gonna
I
love
can't
it.
wait, man. I can't wait.
So
Dude,
little half
you gotta
pipe
tear
with
it up.
like little half pipe sort of thing.
Yeah, we used to go to this place called, and I made a live leak video of it one time. They took this. I might have even talked about it in here, so stop me if you've heard all this. But there's this group that took over this cathedral in downtown St. Louis. A beautiful, like unbelievable, 100 years ago or whatever it was, architecture to build this thing. And because bums were living in it, the city allowed them to. They've waived a lot of the safety precautions that they would normally do for having somebody occupy a space like this. And they built all the skateboard stuff inside of, and it's exactly what you would think. It's like a cathedral with skateboard ramps, all on the roof's caving in and shit, But this year we're going back to where we used to hold it at the skate park in downtown St. Louis with a mini ramp that is more, because that church thing has like a vert ramp, so it's like stuff you would see on MTV X Games or whatever, where people are launching into the air 3 feet, 4 feet, 10 feet, where we're going to a place that's more probably suitable for us, which is a smaller ramp. There is a vert.
No complies, that sort of thing.
Yeah, some 5-0 grinds, some 50-50s, some rock
stuff
and rolls.
I can't do, so I'm very envious.
Oh man, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be, and
I'd hit that thing and do like a rib slide across and break my fucking jaw on the coping. Slide across and scorpion my head, and then like pop up and be like, "I'm fine, totally, man."
I came across the video of me snowboarding. Well, it wasn't even a snowboard. It was my kid's snowboard, like plastic piece of crap, like store-bought, attempt at a snowboard. And I slammed on that until it was 5 years ago, like just in the past couple of weeks. And I'm still like messed up because of all my injuries. I've had a bone pop out of my arm. I got a huge ass scar on my forearm. But the only thing that bothers me is slamming like 5 years ago, going down a hill, and I think I broke a couple ribs.
Did you catch your toe side edge and just go flying forward like Superman?
Well, I'll share it in the Discord because I got a YouTube video that I made of it.
You caught your edge and just fucking.
It was the snow was melting and it was mud at the bottom of the hill because it was a full day of kids sleigh riding down this. So the snow was all gone, and my son I did it once, and he's like, "Do it one more time with me, Dad." And he got in the sled and went on his butt, and I was like, "All right, I'll do it." I was like, "Fuck yeah, you give me a reason, I'll do it." Right. And I did it one more time, and you can see I'm wobbling before I get to the bottom, and I'm cooking at the bottom, And once I get to the bottom, the edge catches, and I go straight from standing prone, to slamming in like one frame, and it broke a couple ribs on the side of me, and I still to this day I'm having a hard time. Like best, like when I gotta go wipe my ass. I hate to be like that, but that's when I got to twist my upper body to get back there.
Right.
That's I can't do it.
When you could learn, as with like a skateboard, you could. On a snowboard, you can push down on your toe side edge and push so hard you can almost lay down on your stomach when it happens to like avoid smashing into something. Same can happen on your toe side edge, but the problem if you do it on your toe side edge and you're on your ass, and you could be skinning like a crazy bastard. But
I think what happened on this, I think my front foot, if I slowed it down, I bet I could prove this. I think my front foot, because it wasn't like you weren't like buckled down. This is like you slide your feet into it, and I think I was losing it so bad on the way down, and then when I hit that mud, I think my front foot, the back of my front foot, dug into the mud and caught me, and then my body momentum just went straight down into the ground.
Right.
I think that's what happened.
Right. Yeah. Clearly, you didn't have enough control because you would have stopped before the mud.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I was wanting to make it down to the bottom of the hill, dude. I was almost there. You're not gonna stop before you get to the bottom. It's like you're there. You're like at the beginning. Sometimes you're like, oh shit, can I really make this? And you're like kind of that scared that they're like inside scared, you know, that you don't know if it's going to work out, you know. But this was towards the bottom when I was getting ready to level off and go start slowing down, you know. So I was like, I didn't want to give up then. I held on for that long, you know.
I got you. Different mindset. That's cool.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes. Sadly, yes. Yeah. What do you have to say? Just kidding. What do you got?
McCraddy, what are you doing tomorrow? What you got? Some big plans? I mean, Christmas. Like, is it just you and your wife, or you got some big plans going? You got the family coming over?
No, I'm gonna go to my my sister-in-law's house, but not by choice.
Oh.
But anyway, that's what's gonna happen. But I wanted to comment on your experience with skateboards and stuff because I've actually had a parallel life as you have. It's it's like it's like a different dimension because mine was like windsurfing.
Yeah.
And every time, and every time we crashed, we hit water, and we bounced and spun, and we hit speeds that were in excess of what you guys could do. Because, dude, I've been on skateboards and scared the shit out of me. But windsurfers are different, and even the ocean, you know, the water's a different world. But it's like it's the same thing because I had a lot of friends that actually had longboards that you could put a sail on, and if you had an open plane, you could sail on it. A skateboard. Think about it.
Right.
You have a sail. You know. Anyway, so I was thinking of all your carnage, and the worst thing I could parallel with you is one time it was before I had my LASIK, so I used to wear glasses, you know, and I couldn't see worth a shit. And I went out on this one point, and it was a thunderstorm came rolling through, and I turned around and coming back, and I'm looking for my buddy's van, you know, to try and pick out where I am, and all of a sudden, I ran aground. I flipped over, and I landed in about water this deep. And I had a wetsuit on, but I started to move, and there were sea urchins under me. And I'm sticking my feet in sea urchins. I got my hands in sea urchins. And then I'm like, after that, I'm trying to float off of it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to push away off the reef or wherever I am to see what's going on. Anyway, I picked those needles out of my hands and my feet for about three weeks after that, and I found the van, and the weather cleared, and sort of reminded me about your skateboarding experiences. But I think my situation was much less than what you endured. With
I
your
never really got
bones.
too many. I never got too many injuries skateboarding. Actually, all my
really?
energies were. I've been. Well, it got to a point where my parents, like the hospital, like took me into a conference room and like wanted to know like if there's something going on in my household because I was hurt so much. You know? But it wasn't because of skateboarding. Like I got my head
just a reckless young man.
I got my head stuck in between like toilet paper holder. That's like the perfect example of had nothing to do with skateboarding.
How the hell did you do that?
Because I took a bath, and you know, like when I was a kid, you know, we lived in a modest home, you know, and the bath had, you know, was the bathroom. You know, my parents had a bathroom, but my dad had to go to the bathroom, so he went poo, you know, while I was taking a bath, you know, and I looked over at him and I saw him reach for the toilet paper, and I was like, well, you know, you must be a man when you can, you know, reach for the toilet paper while you're still sitting on the toilet. So I tried doing that, but my feet were like, you know, this high off the ground, and they were kicking, you know, and I just kept reaching further and further and further, you know, and I finally I fell, you know, and my hand knocked the toilet paper off the spooler, and my head got stuck between the those two prongs, that hold the toilet paper.
You should have said at the hospital. You should have said you were born that way.
I now understand. I
got cut up bad, man.
Aphid,
cut up real bad.
Can I tell you something? That's why you can draw. That's why you're such a great artist right now.
It's because I hit my head on the toilet paper holder.
That was it. That was the perfect sequence of events. That made you a master, my friend.
I've been trying to figure this out for years, McGrande.
That made you the master.
Did that fuck your eye up your right eye?
No, it was like in the eyebrow, so like you can't even see the scar.
Good.
But I got scars all over, man. I wrecked a motorcycle into a fence. I wrecked another motorcycle and ripped my thumb back, and they call it gamekeeper's thumb when it snaps that little the tendon that holds your thumb. So my thumb was just like there was nothing holding my thumb, so it was just like a wobbly piece of meat, just hanging here. I stepped on glass and almost cut my big toe off. I screwed in a light bulb and it broke, and it was like a little high intensity light bulb, and it almost cut my finger off. And
wow,
I felt my bone popped out of my arm. This whole part of my arm went backwards another time, just like
awesome.
Just over and over and over. Just I was always getting hurt, but none of it because of skateboarding. So knock on wood.
And you never ever thought of joining the 101st Airborne Division?
No, sadly, it's one of my big. I got to be honest. Every time, I'm only reminded of it when Veterans Day comes rolling around. But I see all these people getting, pats in the back and respect and everything, and I realize that I wish, I really do wish that I would have, done my part to protect our great nation.
Oh, bullshit.
Well, as your part now, you can pat them on the back yourself.
Yeah,
I know. I do. I appreciate.
You know what? Dude. I think. Well, he walked away.
What are you anti?
I can still hear you. I got.
All right. So what I was saying
was
is we got it that we can't stir that pot of patriotism. It's like we got to respect everybody, and everybody does their deal and everything else. But it's like
no,
religion. It's like religion. No, it's like religion. You got to be careful about how those guys, the other people, try and use patriotism to control people. We're all good. We're all patriots in our own way, but we don't go around saying we're patriots.
You're suffering from what you're preaching, is what I see. You're patriotism and being respectful of our veterans and everything. That's not a bad thing. You're thinking it's a bad thing because other people are putting it on some pedestal that you don't put it on.
No,
but it's still a good
not a
thing.
Bad thing. Respect is always important.
But
I'm not saying
everybody isn't equal in that measure. There's people that stand up for our country and put their lives in the line.
I agree with you completely.
I never put my life on the line for.
No, exactly. Don't have guilt about it, dude. Is what I'm saying. Because everybody's got their part.
I'm just saying.
Everybody's got their part.
I respect those people more, and you're kind of putting it like everybody's on the same level.
No, I'm not.
Aspect,
I'm saying don't. It's. I don't need. Actually, it's a difficult juncture in analyzing this, and that is it's like you don't want to be a parrot. You want to have respect and show them respect, but I guarantee you they don't want false bravado either. They want you to respect them and treat them like human beings, and they don't believe me. They don't want you to be overindulgent. If it's probably a little bit lacking, but that's what I would say. Don't be overindulgent.
You having a Paul Mall?
No, that's Marvel.
Yeah.
Marvel. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Nathan.
No, I got me these are good for you.
All
They
natural
say
cigarettes.
they say all natural, so they're pretty much. It's pretty much like if you grab a handful of granola, and just start
it's like
chewing
eating
on
a
it.
salad.
It's pretty much the same.
You're like Mel Brooks with the can of air in Spaceballs. That's all it is. It isn't even tobacco. It's great.
Wow, that dissolved nicely.
What did?
That whole thing I was talking about, and apparently I put you guys to sleep because the segue was like beautiful.
Indeed, you do. Oh Lord,
man! Before you say it, Smokesteve, I want to say I hope all you guys have the best Christmas you can possibly have. This is
it's only 10:40. I was thinking we go for another till midnight.
Last answer. You spend some time with your daughters, if you don't mind me asking.
No, they are. They're both here.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, where are they? Get them on. Let's go.
They don't want to come on.
Come on.
I'm so glad for you.
Last dance. Do a tango with one of your daughters on screen and go.
Oh.
I think they're off to bed by now.
Wow. The house is so big you don't even know. They're off in the southern wing, probably. They're in bed.
Southern wing.
No idea.
Mine starts tomorrow. I got the wife's side of the family coming over for a big meal that I've been preparing tonight and all morning tomorrow. And I love the point when I finally get it all done and set it on the table. And I come downstairs.
Here we go. He knocked another beer over onto his keyboard.
It's the cord. It's the cord.
I heard broken glass for that one.
No, it didn't break.
Okay.
At least I know my mic is working.
Nathan, I gotta know the meal, bro. I don't want to know the schedule.
All right.
Know the meal.
All right. So I got some blueberry sausage that I picked up, and I made some
blueberry sausage. Okay,
yeah,
suspect.
I made it. I mixed it with. They're already made. I mixed it with some cheddar cheese and buttermilk pancake mix, and I made some balls with it. And then I'm gonna roast them tomorrow, and then it'll have a maple brown mustard sauce that you dip it in. That's hot.
That's pigs in a blanket.
Kind of, but there's not a whole lot. The biscuit or the pancake mix is just as a binder, so it's mostly like a
breakfast dippers.
Kind of.
Yeah, my daughter would love that.
That sounds wonderful.
And then I got some spinach artichoke dip. Spinach artichoke dip that I made already.
Holy shit!
Oh, and then I also got a cream cheese, corned beef, green onion dip that I already made.
God.
The ball's already been done.
Damn.
And then
so this is still breakfast we're on?
No, this is the appetizers. Then I got these things called pig shots, which I take summer sausage and I slice like about almost an inch slices with it, if you can imagine. And I wrap
like a
bacon
kielbasa, but a little more mild, right?
Exactly. And then I wrap it with bacon, maple bacon, and then I have a poblano pepper that I'm gonna like roast first and peel the skin off.
Pre-roast?
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna peel the skin off.
Yeah, you just cook it on some high heat and then some oil, and then you put it in like a Ziploc bag and let it sit there for a minute, and the skin just separates from the body.
Holy
and then you have a really nice roasted poblano pepper.
So you
and I'll
wrap
chop that up
around the ham and cheese, and then what do you do?
No, hold on. I wrap the maple bacon around the sausage, and then it leaves a pocket at the top of it. And then I put cream cheese, a big cheddar, some other cheeses blend with the poblano pepper and a little bit of barbecue sauce. Mix it with the cream cheese, and I put it in a bag, and I cut the corner off of the bag, and I squeeze it into each one of the pockets of the bacon wrapped around the sausage, and then I roast those, and then I have some extra large shell-in shrimp that I'm gonna slightly simmer until they become ready.
Oh man!
And then I'm gonna make a homemade cocktail sauce.
Cock sauce.
And then I got my ham.
A
that
ham?
I start the ham first thing about 6 o'clock in the morning. I diamond slice the ham through the fat.
Diamonds?
Yeah, and then at first I baste it with
Like
a little
pink,
bit of,
shine bright like a diamond.
Wait, he bastes it.
exactly.
How do you baste it?
First, oh, hold on, let me get a beer for Mrs.
Bake.
Lip.
You got to have
Yeah,
bacon grease
beer
on
for
that
Mrs.
baby,
Lip.
dude.
Yo, Mrs. Lip, what up? All right, now it's like the later hours. I will not be remembering any of this. So,
Bonsai.
Once I cut the fat on the ham, then I put
dude, you are killing me. I'm so hungry.
Just a layer, a small thin layer of brown mustard on it, and then I put a bourbon glaze over the top of that.
Jesus.
And then I have these sugar snap cookies. I don't know if you guys know what sugar snap cookies are. Ginger snap. Sorry, ginger snap.
Ooh, ginger.
I've already pre-ground those to their fine powder now, and I coat the whole ham with that cookie, and then I roast it until it comes up to temperature. Then I'll slice that, and then I also have Brussels sprouts that I use similar to a teriyaki glaze afterwards, but it's a little different. And
Aphid, can I interrupt?
Sure.
I wish I was a recruiter from SpaceX because I would offer you a fucking major job right now. Anyway, continue.
So then I have the fried onions that I will lay on the top of the Brussels sprouts. I'll roast the Brussels sprouts first, and then put them in this. And I also have a crunchy bacon. I'll crunch up some bacon and sprinkle it on there. And then I also have a scallop corn, which is just corn and another pepper, and then
fresh corn.
It's a bag of frozen corn.
Frozen corn.
This time of year,
frozen.
It's the best you're going to be able to do this time of year.
Frozen corn rocks, man.
Yeah, frozen
it's
corn.
It's not bad. I make a dish called Hoppin' John with actually Last Dance. You would like this dish. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I haven't.
It's corn, rice, and beans with hot sauce and like spices and vinegar and shit. And it's fabulous. Good. Yeah, it is awesome. It makes a great side to, a nice piece of flesh or anything that you like, which would be fine too. But
Hoppin' John, is that what you called it?
Yeah. Originally, it was like pigeon peas, rice, and beans or something, but I've adapted it. It's sort of like one of those. There's another one called like Limp and Mary or something. They're old. Sorry to say they're slave dishes, but they're tasty as anything. They are. I mean, and they're really good, man. Check them out sometime. They're awesome stuff. Those people could cook. That was the original soul food. Man, that shit's Americana, as I see it, for sure.
So the last thing is it's kind of like a hot potato salad, but it's roasted potatoes right off. Oh no, I also have one more thing, and then I mix it with some sour cream and some more blended cheeses and some bacon, green onions, and serve it hot.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a like a baked potato with little fried pieces of potato in there.
That sounds bomb, dude.
And then I got some really good butter that I'm gonna glaze these carrots that I bought. That they're like white, purple, green, and not green, white, purple, and orange. I guess is the
right.
Some real nice like organic type carrots that I'll just glaze in some butter.
Butter and like some form of sugar, right?
No, just butter.
Do you scrape the carrots?
Just butter. Huh?
Do you skin the carrots, or they're
no,
so
I didn't.
organic you don't have to worry about it? You just wash them.
I did. I had to clean them because there was like roots and shit on them. But I and then the thicker ones, because they're all different sizes, they're not like uniform. And I had to cut the bigger ones in half, so they actually there were some that I had to cut into quarters because they were so thick. But then there's also some that are like this small, like a little string thing coming off the end of it.
Did you bite into any of them while you were cooking them?
No, I haven't cooked them yet. I just
know,
prepped them.
but the raw carrots.
No, I didn't. I gave my dog a piece though, because
okay.
he knows. Well, I got 3 dogs, but the one Chippy, he's always by me, and he knows when I start cutting carrots. He knows he can, because carrots are good for dogs. So
Very
so
good.
I got no problem with giving my dog a carrot, when I'm cutting them. So
yeah, it's good for their teeth.
He knows when he can hear it when I'm cutting on a cutting.
So
he
funny?
He comes running.
I'll tell you, that's funny because I grew up in a house that had terrazzo floors, and we had cats, and anytime we would break out the can opener, the cats would come running out of the back rooms they were sleeping in, and they'd come skidding around the corner on the terrazzo floor, all from the sound of the can opener. Same with the carrots for you.
That was sadly my last. I guess it was my last dog, because I still have the 3 current dogs. But we had one dog for many, many years, from the time we first got married to till he died. It was just him, and it was Chumley. He was a Lhasa Apso. He was just you could never top Chumley. He's the best.
OG.
OG. You can't. What are you gonna do? You can't. It's Chumley.
Right.
So anyway, he tuna fish, like when you would open a can. He was like a cat. Like you open a can of tuna fish. And when he was dying, how I knew that it was time to take him was he wasn't eating. And I did a can of tuna fish, and I took it and I opened it and I put it by Chumley, and he wouldn't go for it. And I was like, shit, man. There's no more level I can cross. This is it. So tomorrow morning,
his organs were slowing down so much.
He was done. He was done. And he was telling me, he came. He was like, oh, you got some tuna? I'm like, yeah, bud. How about some tuna? And he wouldn't go for it. And I was like, shit. Chumley. And then I had to do the walk of shame in the room.
Dude,
it's a horrible.
Right.
God, I know. It's horrible. Horrible. It's actually a reason I don't have any more pets. I've driven too many of the last drives in my life.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a wonderful thing when they fall upon your life or whatever. But if you have a choice, I actually in all my life, I never have one. I had like 20 pets, and I never brought any of those pets home. But yet they became my responsibility. So it's a tough thing.
So interesting enough, this reminds me of my brother. I think I brought up my brother, and all due respect, brother, if you're watching, but I don't mean any disrespect, but my brother's kind of been on the verge of homelessness, since he graduated high school, and he's acquired 2 fluffy rabbits somehow. Like somebody wanted to get rid of them, and my brother is not in a place where he can, he's got extra spending money right now.
Well, they could be dinner.
So, yeah, that would be probably the better option. But he chose the option. He got a hold of me the other day, and he wanted me to, because he doesn't have a car, and he lives in the city, and my mom lives out here in the suburbs. And every weekend he comes out and stays with my mom, which I'm grateful for. I think he cuts the grass and does odd jobs around the house, and it's stuff I don't have to do. So I respect him for that. But he wanted me to somehow come get him, because he thought he didn't have enough money to buy her a present, and he had 2 bunnies, and he could only really afford 1 bunny. So he thought he was going to give my mom a bunny. and she's stated in the past that she doesn't want any animals, no dog, no.
No.
And
bunny.
I tried telling him, I'm like, dude, this bunny thing. He thought he was gonna. He thought first he was gonna give my son a bunny. I got 3 dogs in my house, and bunnies
What's he
and
fucking
dogs.
crazy? That thing
Yeah.
will be fucking shredded in like 2
I
days,
know,
dude.
I know, man. He's like, and then I figured that wasn't the right thing, but mom will really like it, and I'm like, dude.
Yeah,
Mom
but then
ain't
your
gonna like
mother's just going to be like, hey, not that she calls you aphid lip, but aphid lip, get this fucking thing out of here, dude.
Right. Because I live real close to my mom. He lives in the city, but he comes out every weekend to stay with her. But he thought I was gonna come get the bunny, keep it at my house until Christmas Day, because they come over Christmas Day. My brother and my mom, and after we open our family gifts, and we have like a brunch, and enjoy Christmas Day with them, because we're the only thing they have left. Everybody else has died.
Damn.
But yeah, he thought he was gonna I was gonna hold on to this bunny for a couple days. Well, until he came over and surprised my mom. Surprise, mom! Here's this thing that you don't want, and
right,
you
exactly.
can't take care of. I hope you're
Jesus.
happy. So I had to tell my mom. I told my mom. She knew about that he had a problem with getting rid of one of the bunnies, and she was talking to me about it. So I made the decision in that split moment when she was telling me. I was like, all right, I'm gonna confront her with the bunny situation, and I'm gonna give her some ammo, so when he comes at her with the bunny, she can help herself. She's almost 80 years old. She's a feeble old woman. She's not gonna be taking care of some fucking bunny.
Yeah,
but
it's a campaign that the ASPCA has taken up lately. They're saying don't get surprise gifts for people that are alive, because they don't have a chance to plan for them. So it doesn't make any fucking sense, man.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Here's a puppy Newfoundland.
Right.
It's like fucking thing's gonna be like 160 pounds by the time it doesn't make. I don't know.
Here's a baby horse. Good luck.
I talked him into talking to her first, because I was like, dude, because my brother's real he's like he can lose it at the when we were kids, if my mom walked in front of the TV and we were playing Atari, he would just lose his shit. He is unstable like that. You know what I'm saying? He's not he should be committed. He's really, really intelligent, like higher echelon of IQ. But anyway, I knew that this whole bunny situation could turn all wrong. Like last year, he came to my house, and I don't know what his deal was, because it could be anything. And last year, he we spent all Christmas. Everybody's my mom comes over, and it's him and my mom, and then the 3 of us. My son, me, and my wife. And he spent when we ate our Christmas brunch or whatever, he was looking at his tablet the whole time. It was so offensive, but that's just what you have to put up with, unless you want to get into some huge fight, because when I was a kid, that's how it was with him and my dad. He would disrespect my mom, and then my dad would tell him to go to his room. And then every meal that we had as a supper, because my dad was adamant about us sitting down to the dinner table every night, to eat dinner.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Not personal, but somewhat.
No,
personal.
go for it. I'm fine.
Have you ever considered him to have a diagnosis of Asperger's or autism?
I was thinking that.
I don't know if either one of those really. I mean, possibly, but I would be more lenient towards probably it being a bipolar type spectrum type thing.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and now high blood pressure built on top of that probably is
it's compounding it.
Yeah, but me and my mom, my dad wouldn't deal with it. He was the man of the house, and he if he had to give an inch to make it acceptable, it would in his mind, be against everything he stood for. You know what I'm saying? Like he was the man of the house, and if he disrespected my mom, he wasn't gonna like pussyfoot around it just so everything is cool. He was gonna just go to town on the situation. And him and my brother were gonna end up out in the front yard, rolling around.
Oh, jeez, huh?
And that was just how it always was. Always. That's how I grew up,
So he's your older brother?
Yes.
How old? 3 years?
4.5, somewhere around there.
Okay.
So he's
completely
like
different world.
God, he's probably not 53, something like that.
Right. But 3 years is, believe it or not, a completely different world.
Oh yeah,
No,
yeah.
Well,
Between
he's like
siblings.
5 years older than you, Aphid, right? Because you're a year older than
Sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 4. So I think in school grades it was 4, but then like sometimes a year it's almost 5. I think it's like 4.5.
So he's your older brother.
we
I mean,
established that.
Yeah, I know. Forgive me. I'm a simpleton.
That's all right.
But my point is he's the juggernaut. He's the oldest for your parents.
Juggernaut?
Yeah, just me and him.
Yeah, but he's the oldest. 5 years between you.
Right.
I think we've established that.
Yeah, but don't you understand the implication?
Maybe
Do I have to
some
be
other way to say it?
Well, I'll be blunt.
Please.
He was the first for your parents.
Yes, there's 2 of us. He's the older one.
Yes.
Yeah.
This sounds like biblical. The number shall be 3.
It's almost
Three
like
shall
he's
be the
trying to
number.
say like they love him more. And
No, it has nothing.
Unfortunately, it was a complete opposite. I was like the golden child, and he was like.
I know.
I remember this one time.
That might have been part of it too.
I shouldn't even be telling you guys this, but one time he drew this picture, and it was true, and it was. I think that's what made it so like it kind of cut deep, But he drew a box, and it was me, my mom, and my dad inside the box, and he was banging on the box on the outside of it, and it was like, Jesus Christ,
Wow.
But like
How
he
old
did
was
stuff
he?
to me. At that time, he was probably like I would say early teenagers,
I was
probably
going to say, yeah, the
14-ish.
teenager. By then.
What did he do to you?
14-ish.
You were about to say?
Yeah, like there was times when my dad was worked at McDonnell Douglas, so it was like a union job, and it was like 9 to 5, and he got home a certain time or whatever. So it was me and my brother in the daytime, and my mom would come home earlier in the day and like deal with the situation. But like my brother would put me in pretty bad situations, and like one time he like held me by my feet and like was gonna kill me, just simple things like that, But my mom would have to take me out of the house, and like she'd be afraid of my brother's actions, which she should have been, looking back on them. They should have probably had some. They should probably had some kind of doctor intervention. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, they shouldn't have. They did actually everything properly. Because look how you turned out, dude. You're perfect.
Well,
think about it.
Nobody's perfect, Grande.
No, you're pretty close.
As much
dude.
pain as I have for myself, I'm not gonna say that I am.
I think he's hitting on you, Aphid Lip.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about overthinking shit. You actually had a perfect.
I think he could. I know, but taking me out of the situation, I'm sure my brother could have benefited from some psychological help. Growing up.
I doubt it.
You doubt it.
I do. I do. You know why? Because back then, nobody knew shit, and they still don't know shit.
Well, yeah.
And your parents
I don't
handled
know.
it as
I don't know.
well.
I don't know. I know I got an aunt now. I think did I bring up my aunt situation? Oh my god!
Aunt?
No.
Christ.
No, you have.
I think I did. Like
You brought
last
her
week
up.
or
Is she-
2 weeks ago.
Is she
her
hot?
no, her shitting on herself in the chair. She's
Oh yeah,
sat in
yeah.
for a week. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, the trailer.
tried it.
She's a hoarder.
I think my brother. He that side of
Defecated
the
on
family.
herself?
Yeah.
No, your brother thought it was an opportunity for him to take advantage. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't. I don't think I was thinking
No,
anything
no,
like that.
McGrandy, hold on. Let's get the.
All right.
Go, Aphid. You're good. Go roll.
About
Go
what?
with the cousin. Do the cousin.
My aunt.
The aunt, whatever.
I'm just saying she's crazy, right? You know, my grandma, you know, she was sweet person, but
sweetheart.
you know, she was a, you know, she had some issues, some mental issues, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that side of the family has, especially like the hoarding type thing, you know, and then just the bipolar. I think it's a bipolar type thing, you know. That side of the family. Hopefully, you know, I don't suffer in the same way.
So, are you inferring your brother has that issue?
Oh yeah. My brother's definitely like can't keep a clean place. No.
All right, so it's organic then.
Oh God.
No, it means there's no environmental guilt here.
No, but are you on a run here, Aphid? Do you have something ready to go? Are you built up? Like, are you?
I got nothing, man. Nothing.
All right.
I'm just trying to throw some
Matt
input
Grandy
in
kept interrupting, and you had
No.
You were going to drop some awesome.
I got nothing.
You got nothing. Okay. All right. Well,
I was hoping Last Dance would.
Last Dance. Roll. What do you got?
I got nothing.
Lay down some you know, something from the Torah, maybe.
Dude, was I interrupting? I apologize if I was.
No, you were fine, McGrandy. There's many times, McGrandy, that you're extremely guilty.
Now, you were interrupting just now, but you weren't before.
Yeah, there's many times that you're guilty as charged when it comes to interrupting, but this time you're all right.
All right, go ahead, interrupt, McGrandy. What do you got?
I'm speechless, Steve.
What about you, Smokesteve? What you got some big plans? Oh, you already said you got you're going. Your dad's coming. That's awesome. I'm so glad you get to spend the Christmas with your dad. That's awesome.
Yeah, we're gonna do.
I'm telling you, man, you don't want to take out any chance you get to hang out with your dad.
I agree.
And you know, trust me on the. And I know you lost your mom, so you know what I'm saying. But I lost my dad, and just take any chance you get to spend quality time with him.
I was 17 when that happened. That was
dude. I would encourage that as well.
Ago. Crazy, huh?
That is crazy, man.
But yeah, my dad's gonna be 90 soon, so it's awesome. Still here. He's healthy.
Like how's he coming by himself? Like,
well,
nobody has to go down there and help him get up here.
No, he actually flew on his own.
Did he?
Oh my God.
So cool, man.
Airborne.
I hope my mom's got another 10, 12 years in her. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. I mean, so my dad's at my brother's tomorrow. My sis is going to the Pats game. They're going to fucking suck. They're going to lose. They fucking suck my ass. I hate that.
Do they?
Team.
I haven't paid attention.
Horrible.
Who are they playing?
Oh.
I don't even care. They suck. But I'm going to get my dad, and then we're all going to meet here for stuffed shells and chicken cutlets.
Nice, man. Chicken cutlets on Christmas Day?
No, Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve. So tomorrow. This is all happening.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then Christmas
Kicking
Day.
it off early, man.
Yeah, Christmas Day we go over to my bros and we have a huge filet mignon thing, whatever they're called.
Nice.
Chateaubriand.
Is this Brother B?
Yeah, Brother B. Damn right.
Nice, man. Nice.
I told him, like, dude, he's like, how do we get it right to cook it? I'm like, we need a good meat thermometer. You got one? He was like,
yeah.
No.
Oh.
So
like
we're
an instant read. Yeah, instant read's all you need, man.
That's all you need.
I got the dual probe I'm using tomorrow on the ham, but everything else is gonna get with the instant read.
That's it. You gotta do it. It takes the guesswork out of it.
It does. It does. And man, like I don't want to put him down because I do that enough. But my brother-in-law, you know, he had Thanksgiving and it was just horrible. Like the food was no good. You know, I always had Thanksgiving. Like Thanksgiving was like my deal, you know, for years and years. and we put it on this revolving schedule, which I understand. You know,
was it horrendous or was it manageable?
it wasn't. I can't think of anything that was.
It was horrendous.
It was
You have-
horrendous.
Oh my
But
god!
Aphid, you have
Well, you have high
extremely high
standards, though.
standards. You
Exactly.
have
I do.
extremely high
But my
standards.
sister-in-law, she can bring it. You know, she puts the work in. You know, like my brother-in-law, like a lot of the stuff is like he buys it, you know, and just like warms it up or something, you know. And you gotta, like, my mom came. My mom's famous for making her apple pies like from scratch, and like I know I totally like offended her. Because after my dad died, she would come over to my wife's side of the family because I would throw Thanksgiving, and I'd be like, I don't want you sitting at home alone, Mom. You coming over,
Right.
you know? And she'd come over, you know, and she brought a store baked apple pie, and I said something, you know,
Controversy.
and, yeah, I said something about
My God.
the store bought apple pie, you know, and
Was she
Dude.
bullshit at you or what?
no,
You
she
are-
was ashamed. You know, I called her out, and she was ashamed over it. But I feel bad that she was ashamed over it. You know, I shouldn't have done
Well,
that to
you
my
should.
mom.
You should, because you're
No,
a bad
no,
son. That's a terrible thing to do. You know what? You are so type A, dude.
He
You know
is.
what? You blame your brother. You are. You know what? All that shit.
Probably.
All that shit.
I'm gonna
coalesced
Google it.
into- Wait, all
Right
that
after I
shit.
Google
Wait,
Goyam, I'm gonna
all
Google
that
him.
shit. Yeah, all that shit coalesced into
Be
you.
careful, you'll get nothing but the truth when you Google
All
Goyam.
that stuff coalesced into you to be the fucking the perfect obsessive compulsive
I'm really surprised you went through that.
within the limits of a perfect human.
I'm surprised, but I'm not.
What are you surprised at,
flabbergasted.
Smokesteve?
Well, I mean, I don't know. What am I surprised at?
That he
You said you were
I
surprised
don't
at
know.
something.
McGrandy
called
was
his mom
talking
out.
for so long, I fucking forgot what I was thinking.
Dude.
You know? It was like,
You know what?
there we go.
It's amazing to me that my simple speech is so overwhelming for all you folks. It's
like a
like I can
religious
speak.
event.
I know. It's almost like I can speak for 30 seconds and it ends up being an hour.
You can
Well,
It's a
speak
beautiful
for 30
thing.
seconds
Sure.
and you
It
put
is that way.
everyone to sleep in 30 seconds. It's
Well,
I'm
really
pretty sure you
quite-
take 30 seconds worth of speech and you turn it into an hour. I think that's where the correlation comes in.
Well, I did enjoy your joke, though, so I'm not going to complain about that.
Well,
What was that from 3 hours ago? What the hell?
Yeah.
Fucking memory.
It
of
was
this
that
guy.
memorable.
Jesus. 11-11.
It was
All
when
right.
it was
Well,
when he was going to tell us a quick joke.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna tell you
there was
guys
a
a
lot of-
quick
There
joke.
was a lot of not quick jokes, and everybody who was around at that time, it all seemed to be good. It did.
Merry Christmas, boys.
It derailed a little bit.
Oh,
Well,
McGrande,
oh,
I hope that
man.
wasn't. I hope that wasn't a butthurt, because
Why? What did we say? Did I say something?
I
think
we
he
were
was upset.
I think he was offended that we were coming down harsh on. You gotta take it in stride. You know,
What happened? What did I say?
it wasn't something that you
was
said. I think we were all
Aphid
giving
was.
him the business,
Yeah.
and he.
I didn't give him any
was-
business.
Oh, maybe I was giving him the business.
Well,
was
no,
you.
business gets delivered to everybody. You guys, never
Of
give a
course it
fuck.
does. That's the point I'm getting. So if McGrande,
Right.
if your pants are soiled for getting the business, then shame on you.
I mean,
Yes,
Will there
yes,
ever
yes.
be
business is
George
it's such
Bush
a
would
mild
say.
president?
business.
Not in your lifetime.
It's not like we're in here giving addresses and names. We're just like busting chops on like
That's
basic
right. That's right.
theoretical principles
Of
here. We're
course.
not- And yeah, I mean, I think tonight was an interesting show. Any feedback on
good.
that?
Good job, Smokesteve. I'm glad you did it tonight instead of not doing it tomorrow.
It was a great show. It really was until the clan
Anti-Jews.
came on.
Yeah, until
Plan. Okay. Is that how you saw them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
they had an
Aphid?
agenda. They had an agenda, and it was. They had
But they-
all three had their roles. You know,
Exactly, and they
they've been
pretended
in
to be
this-
somebody else.
Do you
They've
think
been
it
in
was
this situation.
Clan or Clan esque?
No, but
he says no. Last Dance.
I don't think it was.
I think they had the. I believe they have a full racist agenda.
Yes.
It's not just. It's not just Jews. They would.
They might not. Yeah, they might not even know themselves. They might just be like that's their shtick, where they jump in somewhere and try to control the situation like they did.
Well, they also had a bunch of accounts.
T, this fucker, I love him. He's great. He's always there. Hates some of us, but
loves me, obviously.
Oh, great! Yeah,
infatuated.
I don't know.
I hope he has. I hope Cup of Tea has a amazing Christmas holiday.
I was torn with those guys because I could see what they were saying. Initially, they were kind of fun. And I don't want to keep bringing them up, but some of the things that were said kind of crossed the line. So, but I wasn't opposed to the fun side of them. It was just, once things crossed the line, they crossed the line.
Well, even a little line crossing every once in a while still makes it memorable. I mean, you can't just have McGrande and Based going off on each other every week. You got to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, those two. And I swear, Based X'd out of something just because McGrande was talking. And then I had to let him on again, like maybe 15 seconds later. And I thought I heard in my ear, oh, I'm not going to listen to this. He literally protested by Xing out the screen and then immediately rejoining. Like, they're so fucking hilarious with each other.
Man, those two just like they can't help themselves.
No,
it's great. It's pure gold, I think.
It gets old quick, I think.
Well,
I mean, what else do we have?
Not much. I mean, I enjoy I enjoy talking to you two. Like if it wasn't like 4 hours and 15 minutes into it on pre-Christmas Eve,
right?
Christmas Eve, I could sit there and bullshit with the two of you guys all night long, and that goes for a lot of other people that are in here too. But I don't want to I get tired quick of hearing McGrande and Based go off on each other. It like gives me nothing. Like if it happened at this point of the show, I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna find an excuse to leave.
This is the grand question. Like the show has kind of developed into this like rhythm of kind of a mellow start and then an awfully contentious middle, and then it kind of resolves out with like three of us, sometimes the four of us, if Biscuit or whoever is to join us, and then it's over. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of developed into that.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah, but
I have noticed that.
You have an open call-in show. There's no way to regulate it.
I'm not saying it's bad.
That's why I never liked for handling my show, because I am too much of a control freak, where I enjoy having like I'll have a guest or whatever, and I have my agenda that I want to go over, and then I'll bring a guest in if it works out, and usually at the end, open call-ins until I don't feel like dealing with it anymore.
Right.
But like just an open call-in show, you got gold because you get the random people that
like
conversations
Cassie,
that come in,
Cassie or whatever
exactly.
She was
but then
good.
You got the same old, and I'm not saying that McGrande and Based are the same old, but and it's not my show to even say that anyway.
Yeah,
but it is what it is. You can't control an open call-in show. So
yeah, I think that's how I like to run it, because
right.
I want it to be like call me crazy, but I like the wild west aspect of it. It's like that part of the internet it's sadly long gone, and it's like if I try to run it on a fine line, but I'm getting fucked up over here, as you guys know. I'm smoking good
Really?
weed.
Never
I'm like
noticed.
drinking rum. I'm having a good time. So it's not that easy for me to manage it, but I do my best.
It's okay.
You do a
It's
great job. I mean, we show up. Me and Last Dance show up every week.
Yep.
So,
And
I mean, the fact that there's some disaster, you know, it's not really a disaster. I mean, it's kind of neat that it happens. We could say we were there when such and such happened.
Exactly.
yeah, that's why like when somebody comes in and you're like lenient to bring them on, it's like no, bring them on. Like, even if it's the worst thing in the world,
We're still talking about Pastor Frank.
Yeah, but with that, I don't know when I ask you guys, are they okay? And you're both immediately like, yeah, bring them on. I don't think you're even fucking looking at them. You're just like, bring them on.
No, we can't see them. Only you can see
Yeah.
them.
Because I would never.
Of course. I'm looking for you for advice, and you
Yeah,
can't.
but I would never not bring some. I don't care what they did behind this, unless it was just straight gay porn. And I know if I bring them on, it's gonna.
What
be the
about
same.
regular porn?
If it's not gay porn,
hetero
then
porn?
bring them on, and then you can always kick them back off. You've never had a strike against your channel for bringing somebody on. It's only been for you playing something you shouldn't have played.
But that they didn't give me a strike for that because I'm so shitty and unpopular.
That's the closest thing.
They didn't even deem me strike worthy. Like,
I understand, but
nobody
it's the
saw it, so we don't care. You know?
It's the closest thing you've had to getting in trouble of any kind, is what I'm saying.
It's like I'm a burgeoning level of punk rock, and I haven't even broken the law yet. I'm a punk, but like I haven't done anything. I'm like I got nothing. So yeah, but it's fine.
Right.
You know, we're cruising along here. Carol's still good.
All right.
I'm gonna go because I have to go pee and
that's it.
I'm not coming back.
No kidding.
I really I'm
what do you got
thankful.
in line?
Huh?
What are you doing? What are you doing? Like making sugar
I just said I'm going pee.
That's it?
No, I'm going pee. After I go pee, then I'm gonna like do a body assessment to see if I need to eat something before I go to bed, and then I'm gonna go to bed so I can wake up extremely early and start cooking a bunch of food for a bunch of people. Is what I'm gonna do.
What's the first dish you have to work on?
The first thing I gotta do, number one, without a doubt, is getting that ham in the oven.
A raw ham.
No, it's a bone-in, pre-cooked ham is what it is.
Oh, that thing's gonna warm up in a couple hours. You're fine.
Nah. You gotta cook it slow. You gotta get I gotta get the crust on the outside of it so it's perfect. There's a lot that goes into it. But then once I get that cooked, because it's got to cook first, because then it can sit for a half an hour. I can carve it and I can put it in my barbecue pit on real low and start loading the stuff up into the barbecue pit where I can keep that as like a warmer, where I wrap everything in tinfoil, throw it in the barbecue pit, keep it going while I get the next dish going. I got it all pre-planned. It's on my phone. I got all the recipes. I got all the videos I need to watch. Everything is down to every spare second. So, I have that commitment that I need to
amazing
go do.
Yeah, well, enjoy.
And I'm excited. I'm stoked about it. It's like it's almost like
I want to see pictures of this ham because I'm calling dry ham. Okay, I'm calling
no,
dry
it ain't
ham.
gonna be no dry. No, it cooks
on.
It
sounds like beef
cooks
jerky.
on. It'll be cooking over the top of some water with some herbs in the water
herbs
to keep
what the fuck?
It's almost like steaming the ham as it cooks.
Steaming.
Yeah.
All right. Let's transition over to Last Chance with this vegetable.
Yeah.
What's on your menu?
Oh, I got a mile of cookers here, and,
all full of vegetables.
500 or 600 spices, and
yeah. Right.
Are you doing something big tomorrow or on Christmas Day?
Christmas Day.
Christmas Day.
Yeah, so Christmas Day we'll eat here with the girls, and I'll go over to my girlfriend's at some point and have some dessert there. And
Are the dogs vegans too, or do they get to eat some beef?
Oh, that's a good point, Smokesteve.
Dog? No,
Glad
the
you
dog's
asked
not.
that.
Dogs are not. They're not my. It's not my dog. It's my daughter's.
Oh,
so they do like a healthy dog food, like farmer's dog or whatever the hell.
Yeah, exactly. Some.
I thought you had a dog like that was yours.
No,
that
it's
stays
my
at your house
daughter's.
at all times. Okay.
Nope.
No, it's not his dog. He just raises it and feeds it and
It's
trains it. And,
It's my grand dog.
It's a grand dog. That's so sweet. Did you get your grand dog a present? Oh shit! You know what? I didn't get my. Every year we get our dogs a present. We did not get our dogs a present this year.
They'll be okay.
Oh shit! That's horrible.
Do you have any old meat? Cook them all.
I was just gonna say, just wrap up.
I'll have plenty of that.
Some of that ham, and they'll be.
I'll have a whole ham carcass after I'm done carving
done. And they don't know what day is Christmas, so give it to them on the 26th.
Let them find. No, they don't. They don't
care.
They don't have a calendar.
Stupid ass animals. I love dogs though. They're sweet.
Dogs are the best, man.
Yeah.
I just don't like all like. I mean, is your whole property just like rising up with fecal matter from all the dog
backyard?
shit?
Yeah, I don't walk around back there.
Oh
Since it got cold and we did the last leaves, I haven't been back there.
Ugh.
But yeah, they go out every morning. Well, the big one only shits in the ivy, which is kind of good.
Oh God.
She only shits in the ivy. The Chip, he goes out in the middle of the yard. So there's a bunch of Chip shits all over the place.
Chip goes wherever he wants. He's got the run of the house.
Chip's the man. Chip does whatever Chip wants to do.
Yeah, Chip.
So
does.
Chip shits are everywhere. Yeah, and then Chloe she shits in the house every day. So we pick it up. So it's all gone. We don't have to worry. The little bitty one just shits everywhere. She's everywhere.
She's not house trained.
And pisses them. She's been out. She's like 2 years old now. It's past
fucking
that.
dog.
I know.
Give her a couple of whacks with the fucking stick, man. Teach her.
I don't think that helps. I think that, man, I'm open to any suggestions, but this.
Well,
dog,
I would say
little...
don't listen to me telling you to whack her with the stick. That's bad advice.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Because I honestly,
we've done everything, and now that it's cold outside, none of them are wanting to go out. Like Chip, especially, he's like, I ain't fucking going out there. I'll hold that shit. And Cinnamon goes out there and she'll do her business, the big one. And Chloe, the little one, she don't want to go out. She takes one step out there and she comes right back in. She's like wanting a treat. I'm like, bitch, you don't get a treat for not shitting and pissing. You only get it for doing something out there.
Right. Yeah, you got to teach them. They don't get the same praise for good as well as bad.
And then the other two like know that when she goes out, treats are to be had. So I don't care if they're down here sleeping. If she goes out the front door, they like run upstairs because they know that they can get a little piece of treat, just because she goes outside.
Right. Not bad. That's cool. I like it.
All right, that's it. I'm gonna get to the point where I'm like I can't stand in the straight up to go piss because I gotta piss so bad. So
all right, well we'll call it an end.
Merry Christmas, you guys.
Merry
Thank
Christmas.
you, Smokesteve. Last dance. I hope you
Yeah.
have a wonderful Christmas.
You too.
Both you guys. I really do.
All
right. Take care, guys.
All right. Good night.
I'm going to do a reading tonight, maybe of the 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. I think that's always a good one, right? Last Dance, any opinions? Well, Last Dance is already gone. Okay, cool. So it is just me. All right. "'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care. in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mamma in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap. When out of the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave the luster of midday to the objects below. When what to my wondering eyes did appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid than eagles, his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer, now Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donner, on Blitzen. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky. So up the house the coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of toys, and St. Nicholas too. And then in a twinkling I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed in all fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up with a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of his pipe he held in his teeth, and the smoke encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a round little body that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk. And laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team with a whistle, and away he went like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Merry Christmas, everybody. I love you all. It's been a wonderful year here on the pub. Take care. Blessings for the future. May the following year and the coming up year all be wonderful.